Ladies and gentlemen, it has been so long. I don't even know if I'm legally allowed to stream anymore. I don't know if this is a thing I can do. Oh my gosh, this is a thing. Why would I be doing that, Juju's? It's not even close to funded. Like it's not even like 5%. In fact, okay, hang on. You give me a moment. I'll tell you exactly how funded Final Fantasy 16 is. Give you a hint. It's not a lot. What's with the wall? No comment. It is 6%. It is 6% funded, and only 9 people have put interest towards it. Welcome back to streaming. The goal is to go back to regular streaming. We weren't actually going to be playing Kingsfield 4 today. I know that's the next game in the list, but the desire was to actually play something else entirely. I'm not going to tell you what because I want it to be a surprise. But schedules didn't line up, and one way or another, I had to go back to work today. You're probably thinking, oh, so that means you're done, right? No, totally not. If I was done, I would be in my actual studio and not up here in the temporary laundry room area. So, since I am clearly not done, shrug. Eventually, at some point, there will be another brief, dark, might only be a day, who knows, when I will have to go down and get set up downstairs where my actual studio will be. But for the moment, this is what we've got. um, the I've got nothing. The audio sucks, and you're gonna have to live with unusual camera angles, and that's gonna be the backdrop. My sister might pop in periodically. This is where we're at. That's just life. Nothing's changing any of it. So, having said all of that, I do want to say thank you to Rex. Appreciate it as always. I will jot those down towards several things if you give me a moment. Oh, yes, and I'm also not wearing my coat. The reason why is because that's a sun-facing window in an upstairs of a house. If that doesn't explain it, well, let's just say that it's going to get very hot in here. Yeah, I'm even sitting here with shorts and t-shirt. I am wearing shorts and a t-shirt right now. It gets very uncomfortably hot in here, so this is just what we're living with. I will put that towards Axiom Verge, Mother 3, and Tunic. Thank you, Rex. Yeah, I know the audio sounds like crap, Five. There's nothing I can do about it. So we're very contained, we're very echoey. There's zero sound dampening in here. It's just a small room, so we're just gonna be an echo chamber for a bit. But you're probably wondering, hang on. So why are you starting streaming today if Ten-Headed Hydra just gave you a sub? Well, the answer is that I'm going to add the Expanse. Isn't that on the list, Ten-Headed Hydra? Can someone check that really quick, please? The Expanse Telltale? I'll put a question mark by that for right now. Excuse me. Probably wondering why is today the day I'm coming back to streaming. Well, some of you may or may not be aware of this, but this is 4th of July weekend. Now, it's already a truth that the longer I took with the extended dark, the worse things got. It's one of those situations where bit by bit I would lose interest, people would forget I even stream, and I myself would lose my ability to stream properly. You get it, right? So obviously, the sooner I could get back to streaming, the better. But the goal was to have everything done before I get back to streaming. Obviously, that has not happened. But again, this is 4th of July weekend. It would be career suicide for me to not stream today. So this was always the hard deadline. Yeah. So having said all of that, hopefully everyone's going to have a good holiday weekend. I know a lot of people get a half day today, so hopefully you'll get that. And for those of you who don't live in the States, what's wrong with you? I mean, why wouldn't you want to live in Freedom Land? Or Fredonia, as it was almost named. That's a true story. You can look it up. I will add the Expanse Telltale to the list. Thank you, Ten-Headed Hydra. No, Yura. So, having said all of that, let's go ahead and let me go ahead and say really quick. Obviously, the bathroom is not done yet. It's certainly getting there. It still needs grouting, and then the bathroom, it needs grouting, and then we need to install the fixtures, and then the bathroom will be done. That actually will probably be done today. So I might actually have a bathroom tonight. Um, the actual room is going to take a little bit longer. That's going to be more of a long-term project. Some of you who are on my Discord, you've already seen pictures of me with plaster all over my head and a bunch of other silly little pictures we've been taking as we go, but yeah, it's whatever. It is, however, not yet done. This kind of thing takes time. For those of you not aware, the general process is you have to do something, work on something, which is a long, tiring, and strainful kind of a thing. And then you have to let it sit for at least a day and then get a large donation for some reason. You have to let it sit for at least a day, bare minimum, and oftentimes more than a day. Not just for you to relax, but because everything literally needs to set, right? Then you could go back and work on the next layer, and that's just how it is. So it was like set up these tiles, set up these tiles, set up up these tiles, then set up these tiles, then set up these tiles, then lay down these tiles, and now we're at the grouting phase. So that's where we're at. Oh, thank you, Blade Taval, again, very, very, very much. I don't even know if they could see me with the new camera angle. Thank you, as always. I wasn't really, whatever. Wasn't expecting much today, but as usual, I am wrong. Snow Moon. Look, I know I've got a fat head. That is going toward Pokemon Arceus, the Dragon Age block, and Stranger of Paradise. You got it. Thank you, as always. So, let's actually talk about the game we're streaming today. Crap Junk 4. Now, Kingsfield 1 through 3 are... they're a trip. They have pretty much all the hallmarks of an older game, for lack of a better way to put that. They're not the greatest, but that's okay. That's okay. There's a lot of heart. You can see the concept of what would become the Dark Souls series in Kingsfield 1 through 3. But then they made 4. Now, what's really weird about Kingsfield 4 is it's kind of the black sheep and doesn't even have anything really to do with the timeline of Kingsfield 1 through 3. In fact, I wasn't able to 100% verify this because there is very little information on this game. But from what I could tell, this game was kind of flung out the door mostly because they had to, like they had a contractual obligation. So it was the one that was considered the worst of the original quadrilogy. So thanks for that, Mr. Red. But in addition to that, by the time they were working on this game, they already had I don't want to say pre-production work, but like the ideas and concepts of what would have eventually become Demon Souls were things they were playtesting in this game. So I'm going to be paying attention. I haven't actually played Demon Souls, but of course I've played all the Dark Souls games. So we'll see. We'll see how much of the bones of that is here. The problem, of course, is that I don't like Dark Souls games. Now you're probably thinking, oh, it's because they're too hard, right? No, actually, that's the one thing I actually enjoy about Dark Souls games. No, what I don't like is the interface, and the interface. I'm not being facetious. The way in which the menuing works, and the way in which you have to go through 3 or 4 different inputs just to do something as basic as look at an item, or trying to figure out whether or not one thing is better than the other with regards to your stats, and just I can't stand the interface. I can't stand how the game controls in terms of menuing. It's just awful. The other reason I don't like Dark Souls games is because they're gross. Also, they're depressing. But anyways, point being, the reason I'm bringing that up specifically isn't to bash Dark Souls. That's not what I'm after here. I could do that just fine on my own Dark Souls streams. No, what I'm here to explain is that Dark Souls came out quite a bit after this and still had all those interface issues. So how well do you think this game is going to fare with regards there too? Now, before we actually jump into this game, Elden Ring, no question, Don Crow, and I still gave it negatives for it, which I stand behind, by the way. Before we really jump in, though, let's show off something. So obviously, whenever I pick up a game, oh yeah, just to prove this, this is my physical copy of Kingsfield 4. So suck it. Not you guys. I mean, like anybody who decides to be like, "Oh my god, you're emulating." Yeah, I'm not. I'm not hooking that up right now. I actually have essentially only one console hooked up right now because of temporary setup. So I don't have my PS2, PS3. I don't have the Wii U. Like all I've got right now is the Switch. So we're gonna emulate this. So
Long after the rulers have...
ignore him. So I was doing a tech test, right? I mean, honestly, so I haven't played King's Field Venetia Silver. This is my first time. PS2, Bull of Alex, which I do have, if you remember. I've got a way to capture that. So let's do a new game. Would you believe I've never played an Armored Core game? Not on purpose. It's just never happened. Okay, so we're actually going to do a save state here really quick for no reason. Now we're going to skip some cutscenes. Don't worry, I swear there's a reason for it. Okay, so the game started, right? Now I want you to imagine you're me, and you're sitting here looking at the game, and you're like, okay, this looks like a PS2 game, no problem. Okay, the controls are absolutely abysmally terrible. That's okay, I was expecting that. Okay, so you're walking forward, and you're just trying to test, make sure the shaders are working properly, and making sure combat works properly, and you walk this way, and then you die. What just happened, I'm not actually exaggerating, what just happened is literally what happened to me when I first fired up this game. And my first thought was, oh god, what am I getting into? What am I getting into? I'm going to predict right now this is going to be a net negative. By the way, as a reminder, you can go ahead and do the guessing game. I strongly recommend guessing a negative number. Because, you know... Thank you, Judo Joker. As always, I will put that towards Ace Combat 5, Hitman 3, and Splinter Cell Chaos 30. So, now that we're dead, hang on, my controller setup is a little bit off, actually. Let's fix that really quick. Oh my god, oh my god. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, we're okay. Why did I die? Well, hang on. Let's showcase why I died. Hang on. Let's skip some cutscenes. Very important. We do not want the lore of this game at all. So, several people have pointed out the floor was different. See? Yes, by the way, you can die at any one of those. So hang on. Let me see if I can show this off without actually dying. Give me a sec. Oh my god, these controls. Oh my gosh. Is there a jump? There does not appear to be a jump. Why is that menu? There we go. Okay. So as you can see, that's actually a lava pit. Any questions? So I actually screwed up my own story. What actually happened was I walked forward and fell into that lava pit. Now if you're paying attention, there's plenty of lava around here. Now, Blade Terval was correct. Blade Terval was like, Laura, you're dumb and you're stupid and you're terrible, and all of those things are true. However, if I can be extremely blunt, this is bad game design. I'm just going to be very blunt about this. The fact that there is a death pit right there that you can so casually walk into, twice actually, because there's the earlier one I just showed off. This is literally literally. Here, hang on. Let's count. Let's count. Let's count. Thank you, Casual. If you want to put that towards some stuff, please let me know. Yeah, honest to God, when it first happened, I thought it was a bug. I actually thought it was a bug. But when I say literally you can die, here, let's count. Let's count how many steps we take. 2. You can die 2 steps in. You all know I am really big on tutorialization in gameplay. I gushed for hours about Super Mario World, among others. There are several games that do gameplay tutorialization. Portal 2 is a little bit more modern take on that. And I love that kind of thing. I don't think this qualifies, to be very honest. Yeah, imagine if this was an arcade game. Oh, wait. That used to be a thing. How many of you played... oh, God, what was it called? You remember it, right? It was very animated. It was basically a cartoon. And you were like, woo! And then you would... Everything that you fail at, you would die. Oh, God, that's going to bother me. What was that called? What was that called? Hang on a second. Thank you, Loner. As always. No, it was an arcade game. Dragon's Lair. Thank you, Blowfellow. It was Dragon's Lair. Anyone remember that game? Now, I'm not here to bash Dragon's Lair. But Dragon's Lair leaned very heavily on the let's rip quarters out of people's pockets line of design. Which was a thing back in the day. There were plenty of games that were literally designed to rip quarters out of players. Anyone remember, like, every old racing game in the arcades? Just to use another example of that. Oh, I haven't been taking timestamps, Mr. Red. Hang on. Sorry, I actually completely spaced. Yeah, nowadays you get the loot box. Oh, the animation was great. I don't remember where I'm doing this. I've got so many things. No, it's okay. No. Okay. Well, not only that, Friendly Indie. I don't know if you... Or Friendly, excuse me. Friendly Indie. I don't know if you remember. But, like, there was this thing that they liked to do. It was the more subtle and irritating thing they would do. Give me one second. Thank you, Loner. I will put that towards the StarCraft block, the Planescape Torment, and the Conqueror's Bad Fur Day run. And thank you, Fife, very, very, very much. And I will put that towards WoW Dragonflight, Bayonetta 1 and 2, and the NES block. Thank you very much for your support. There was this thing racing games would do, where a quarter would not give you playing ability or whatever. It would give you time. And your time is always ticking down, and you get like 40 seconds, right? Now, hang on. Every time you cross a threshold in the race, which was either a specific marker or doing a lap, you would gain time back. But it would the insidious ones, because it would depend on the specifics, right? But the insidious ones would make it so even if you race perfectly, you cannot complete a lap in the time allotted. So the only way to complete a lap would be to put in another quarter. And it would be like, it would be just a timer, but then it would be and then it would start flashing like just to get the player to be like, oh no. And if you didn't get it in time, sucks to be you. All your progress is gone and you're back to the title screen. Get the quarter in. Hated that crap. I discovered that particular trap very early, and I didn't play a lot of racing games back in the arcade because screw that noise. Anyways. Okay, so let's watch the intro we've skipped a couple of times here. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Loner. I am very much not set up. But we're back to regular streaming because this was my deadline. So here we are. Look, Hazardous. It was so bad. Oh. Real quick. I'm sorry for those of you who are just here for the game. But real quick. You want to hear one last little tidbit about the apartment complex ordeal? Hang on, let me get a little music going, just so I have something to listen to. Just give me something here. So I got a phone call from the complex. This was actually just a couple of days ago. And I remember I was staring at my phone, and there was just this dread on my face, like, okay. So I pick up the phone, and it's a dude's voice. Don't recognize him. Hi, is this Lore? Yes. Okay, great. We're trying to find you. We're having a couple of issues with that. Uh-huh. What seems to be the issue? No, I mean that literally. Like, we can't seem to find you in the complex. That's because I've moved out. What? I'm going to skip the whole conversation. He and I actually talked for several minutes. Here's the deal. It turns out the previous woman, the incompetent woman, who was nice at the very least, but was definitely incompetent, she quit with no notice, which, if you remember, I suggested she did. I told her that to her face. But she bailed without warning, just up and left. And yeah, honestly, good for her, to be very blunt. Thing is, she also hadn't done any paperwork, up to and including mine. Now, this actually could have been a really bad deal, because that means, legally, as far as the paperwork was concerned, I was still a tenant. And if you remember, anybody who was still a tenant was automatically getting rolled over to the monthly lease plan. Correct, Darkrai. So that could have been bad, and that could have been a fight. Thankfully, this new gentleman was doing some of his due diligence, thank God for that, and was going through and basically just tabulating all the people who still lived there, because I was not the only evacuator, or evacuatee, whatever. You get the point. So he was doing some tabulation, trying to figure out who was still stuck there. Excuse me, who was still living there. And obviously, I was still living there because I was still in the system and I was still in the paperwork, and my paperwork had never actually been filed. What ended up happening is he went to my apartment, opened the door, knocked, used the key, opened the door, and found a very empty, very clean apartment, and was just like... That's when he called me, because he was just like, hold up. And credit where credit is due. That is the correct call there, because there's obviously a mix-up, and it's better to get that lined up. While I was talking to him, I mentioned a couple of things. First of all, that I moved before June, and that I never got my security deposit back. Now, we'll see where this goes, but it's just something I wanted to mention, because it is within the realm of possibility that I might actually get my security deposit back by sheer virtue of lack of paperwork. And that may be the end of it, because after all, I moved before June, which was the cutoff date, which means no paperwork snafus there. We'll see. Because it's July 4th weekend, Blofeld. This is July 4th weekend right now. We just started it. I mean, if you want to pull it, technically it starts tomorrow, but... Anyways, so yeah, that's where we're at right now on that. And I just had to share that last little thing. Obviously, we'll see with regards to how this affects me, because this is a paperwork thing, and honestly, it's probably going to be about a month before I hear any word from that. But the fact that she just bailed without warning is something I had to share. Damn it, Hazardous. This is not Call of Duty. Thank you, Bella. I think that was Bella. Yeah, you get it, Blofeld. You get it. I want it to be back in proper status. I don't know how long this game's going to take. It would be nice if we finish it up before we actually hit the 4th. I'm going to be very, very honest here, Mr. Red. No offense. I have no respect for this game. So I'm going to do my best to do my best, because that's my job. But if we end up getting to the point where I have to cheat or use a walkthrough, oh well. And that's the mentality right now. Thank you very much, Bella. I have put that towards the Kingdom Hearts block, God of War 5, and FF16. And Thank you, Pika, very much. I'll put that towards Tears of the Kingdom. Another game that's very unfunded. Oh, and I have already tested cheats, and they do work. When I say cheats, I mean cheat. Invincibility is the only cheat I was able to find. So, we'll figure that out. Oh, that reminds me. My streaming schedule is probably forever changing. Right now, we're kind of doing a thing with regards to the streaming schedule because of the unusual circumstance. But, no, do not, Mr. Ed. But, even if, like 30 hours, Crazy Horse, it's a pretty long game. Even if, sorry. I'm starting too many sentences at once. I apologize. So my stream schedule is changing no matter what, because now I live with people and, you know, family and dinner are a thing. So that I'm going to start cutting off at 6 Eastern Standard Time instead of 7 Eastern Standard Time in order to be able to have that time with family and with dinner and that whole thing. So just an FYI, that's just happening forever. Like that's going to be a new standard. Now, in the immediacy, while I'm trying to play catch up, because I was already behind on stream scheduling, and then I lost 2 months of my life. So we are absolutely going to be cramming and trying to get in as much streaming as possible before that. We'll see how this works out going forwards. So, now that we have sat here and yammered for 30 minutes, let's go ahead and show this off properly. Correct, Doncro, that is correct. So, new game. Let's watch that beautiful intro.
The cursed land lies deep in a dense, colorless forest.
Bad voice acting.
Hidden within this land is an ancient city, once known to the forest folk as the Holy Land. Buried in the depths of the city, a warning was discovered long after the rulers have fallen. Grave misfortune will befall those who behold the idol that stares into the darkness. The idol, taken from the ancient land, led the kingdom down a path of destruction. The idol must be returned. Under a dark and cloudy sky, the Swordmaster led his men to the ancient land. The cursed land swallowed the soldiers, and all that remained was dark silence.
Okay. I'm extremely lost. Yeah, I was gonna say, he sounds like a 50s announcer or whatever. Yes! Behold! Oh, and that's it. That's the intro. I, for some reason, was expecting more. Let's go and get a save state here. Okay, yeah, sure. So let's play the game now, so we can punch. I don't know who we are, or why we are, or what we're doing. I legitimately have no idea what's going on here. Yeah, Warcraft 3's intro? Blizzard has no idea what they're doing. Oh my god, I don't have my counter. I don't have my clickers. I can't do a death counter. I am so pathetic. Okay. Let's see if we can loot this. It looks... No. Okay. Oh my god, that is so terrible in terms of controls. Oh my god. Okay, no, hang on. It's not as bad as I thought. Okay, we're okay. X, you got it. Oh no, the X is this button. This is what X is doing. I cannot put into words how badly this thing controls. It is so wonky and slow and awkward. Like, it's probably... I apologize in advance if anybody gets nauseous. I am not trying... Oh, it's a dash. I have a dash. Like, okay, so... Oh, God, it's... Okay, so let me try to explain this. Whoa, no. It's tank controls, but, like, forward is forward and back is back, but only sometimes. What I mean by that is, like, if I tilt, it starts turning, which, okay, that's fine, but you'll notice my movement has moved. So I try to go diagonal. This is me holding diagonal right now. Do you see that? Then sometimes it works, though. And I think it's the specific angle. Like, if I just hold diagonal, it does nothing. But, like, if I hold, like, up, forward, D-pad, D-pad... Okay, hang on. D-pad appears to be the same thing. Like, the exact same thing. I think you're right, Venetia. I think I need to start moving, and then I can turn. I think you're absolutely right. Oh, wow. Okay. And we do have a run button. Okay. So, for some reason, circle is menu. I'm not even going to get into that. So we are level 1. We have 50 HP. We have 5 physical, 0 magical, no gold, and no condition. Okay, cool. Brings tragedy to the one that holds it. Why am I holding this thing? I have no magic, of course. No anything, no gear. There's very Dark Soulsy. We've got slash damage, hit damage, stab, fire, earth, wind, water, light, and dark. Oh! This region is referred to as the Cursed Land. The skies are heavy with clouds which never clear. Oppressive dark clouds perpetually obscure the skies in this area. Amid the ruins lurk monsters and poisonous mists. Okay, that's extremely irrelevant. How do you save? Like, obviously we have save states, but, like, how do you save? Oh, yeah, we can turn off the walk effect. Over here. Here's the rebinding, which I'm not even going to touch that. Although, actually, hang on. There's strafing, apparently. Okay. Hang on. I think you're right, Blow Balance. Oh, God, that's... Oh, that's not something I'm going to do. That actually hurts my hand already. I can predict the pain if I do that. Uh-oh. Okay, so our first enemies. I've actually already seen these because tech tests. Okay, I'm ready. Oh my god. And we're dead. Right, so speaking of negatives. Hang on just a second. Let's go pull up the document here. It's been a while since I've looked at this document. Let's put this under intro. See you around here. The original game came with a paper manual. Actually, let's find out. Yes. Now, let's see what this says. Hang on, because as we all know, I can read explicit Japanese. It says... Okay, let's see what else it says here. Oh, here's the controls. The D-pad does the... And the L and R buttons... And if we look at the HUD... What else we got here? What's funny is how much of this is actually in English. It shows how to start game, how to quit game, how to load game, how to assign keys. There's the menu. Oh, I don't know any of this. It's just, I just sound Japanese, don't I real talk for just a second. I was like, oh god, I have to come up with something that doesn't sound offensive because I'm not actually making fun of Japanese, right? So I was like, you know what? Here's a plot excerpt from the wiki. Oh, excuse me. In the land of Helidon, something is amiss. Their king, smitten by a strange idol that was given to him as a gift, lays dying. The country was enveloped with strange sorrow, a certain darkness that stains. Oh, look, there's a gear thing. There's a sword. There's a pickaxe. I don't know what that is. There's an herb, because this is Resident Evil, apparently. Damn it, Leander. I knew it. I knew it. There's apparently... So this is the magic page. So based just on the images, I can tell there's a fire spell, a lightning spell, and a... I don't know what. There's a mushroom spell. I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what any of these things are. There's a characters page. There's a characters page. I don't know who... There's a page called explanations. What the hell does this say? No, Simlish. I can actually do pretty good Simlish. Isn't about the daffodil. Hitam, the shum with the devil, the talent, the palatibim, the patads and the patatosh. And the badium, but the payatadam, the patitoshe. I have no idea what this says. Thank you very much, Sonashi, as always. I will put that towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay. As the top is my friend. Okay, so negative. I'm actually. This is going to sound weird, but I'm only going to give one negative for that instant death trap at the beginning. I don't feel the need to actually make that my point and my case here. It's not good game design to be like gotcha, especially in a game like. So I don't like gotcha in general. For both definitions of the word, but I also don't like doing it right at the beginning of the game, and I especially don't like you doing it in a way where recovering from it is kind of irritating, because what I mean by that is, if this was a game like, I'll use a direct example, Celeste. If there was a gotcha right at the beginning of Celeste, that would still be irritating, but you would recover from it in literal seconds. And then you're there, right? And then you're there. So that is a lot less egregious than having to start having to click here. Let me actually show you. This is what you have to do. You have to go click the title because we don't have a save game yet. Wait for the title to load. Skip past this. Hit start. Hit new game. Confirm the brightness. Hit skip. Pause. Hit skip. And then we're back. You can see how the extra steps of getting back to where you were is just makes this worse, right? So that is absolutely a negative. Then we're going to talk about the early game hell, which we're already running into. And we're just going to jot that down for right now as a question mark. Mr. Red, you've played this game. When do you think the intro stops narratively? I mean, you get the point, Blue Felix. You notice I'm only giving one negative to each of these points. This could be worse. But it could be better. Exactly, Benicia. You get it. Oh my god, these controls. So obviously we shouldn't go the other way, right? We've been tutorialized to not go the other way because the enemies there can literally three-shot us. So we're going to go this way. There's a person. I actually recognize you from the manual. What's up, dude? I'm from Helidon. My fellow soldiers went to the ruins. Okay, can I steal your weapon, please? That looks like a yes. Yeah, he's a crestfallen warrior, because of course he is. Hang on. Oh, you know what we should do? You know what we should do? Hang on. I'm gonna make a save state, but this doesn't count. I'm literally just doing a tech test, okay? Okay, give me a sec. It takes a minute to turn around in this game. Give me a minute. Door's closed behind us. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, the door's still open. No, wait. Wait. God, I didn't realize the doors would be part of the challenge. Oh my god, this control. Yeah, these controls are almost assuredly getting triple negative territory. This is bad. Oof. Come on. Did you notice one other thing? It's really easy to get stuck on the terrain, which is actually pretty common in this era, but it's still not great. Oh yeah, I will talk about the brickwork. Not really in the era of Brown yet, but we're kind of there. Yeah, can sprint, but it does take stamina, which you can see in the upper left there. Okay, so there's an enemy. I'm going to open the menu. Oh my god. Oh my god. It actually pauses the game when you're in the menu. I am legitimately surprised by that. That was... Thank you, Winlock. As always, I will put that down for FF16. Give me a second. Okay, so we need to get stronger. We have a club. Alright. Okay. I got this. Nope, I missed completely. And there's a lava pit behind me. There's actually two. Oh my god. Do you see how long I have to wait between swings? Look at that stamina read it fell. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. No, 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 no. That's not good design, Mr. Red. You're right. I've already noticed that the leash radius is pathetically short. Right there. There's the leash. Please. Thank you. So this is the exhilarating type of gameplay you're looking forward to. I hope you're looking forward to more of this delightful game. Yeah, we have successfully beat the game. We have killed an enemy. Oh, Jesus. See, I got greedy. That was the problem there. I know, right, Blow Up Alex? It's just, hi, we're the first enemies of the game. Oh, but look at how much damage they did. For those of you who didn't see it earlier, look at how much my health was taken down by a single hit. That is just... Whoop. Oh, no. There you go. What's going on? Are those my hands? No, that's rendering. That's the terrain being rendered. Wow. That's true! That's true! The enemy has just as terrible controls as I do. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. Back up. So yeah, 3 hits. Wow, that does literally nothing without the stamina bar. I was kind of figuring. So if you've ever played Secret of Mana, you understand that concept. But if you haven't, if you attack before your bar is back to 100%, you technically hit, but functionally you don't. It doesn't really do anything. So we have to wait for the stamina bar to refill to actually do a hit. Yes, gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Gameplay. Yeah, exactly. Chip damage. I'm sorry, I got a donation. I got it from Winlock, thank you. And I got something from Colored Master Spark, if you'll give me a moment. The music is not bad, actually. I'm kind of liking it so far. I'm kind of with it. Yeah, people like FF16. FF16's got nothing on this. Whoops. Thank you, Colored Master Spark. I will put that towards the Ninja Gaiden Sigma, and FF16, and Jak 2. Actually, it's funny you say that, Bullet Alex. I'm pretty sure I'm in the minority for not being a huge fan of Secret of Mana, even though I love Secret of Mana. Let me clarify that a little bit. If we did a review of Secret of Mana, I'm actually pretty sure it would review pretty badly. And I know some people would be very upset about that because of what a beloved classic it is. But I stand by that. I think Somme is not actually that good of a game. It just has a few features which makes it enjoyable to play. The biggest one, of course, being co-op. Proper co-op. We did review the remake, although that was the old system. It didn't review very well even in the old system, though, so... Oh god, I do, Venetia. I didn't even think about that, but the moment you said that... Also, I think that's just an emulator bug in the background. Do you see that? We're gonna assume that's an emulator bug. You know, I hope at some point that the combat becomes something other than hit something, leash them, and then hit them again. Like I hope at some point we're going to get to something that isn't that in terms of combat, because this is very slow and very boring. We are getting experience. I was honestly not sure for a minute there. Honestly, yes, Doncro. Minecraft combat is boring, but it is faster paced, which makes it go by a bit faster, so more tolerable. We haven't saved yet, by the way. Just as a reminder, so if we die here, since we're not cheating yet, we will have lost progress, which means if I get hit once, I am dead. I am literally playing in Oko mode. So now we're level 2. Looks like our stats did go up a little bit. They, of course, have no magic. I don't know why I'm checking this. We gained 8 health from that. Hang on. 20. So these enemies hit for 20. Sorry, that took me too long to math. That shouldn't have taken me that long. So those enemies hit for 20 damage, and I gained a whole level, which gained me 8 health. Think about the significance of that. If that trend continues, that would mean we would need a grand total of 3 levels to gain 1 more hit of being hit. Let's see if I can loot this time. I tried to loot this earlier and it did. Oh, there we go. Okay, hang on. Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Sarah. Like, this is not great. Oh wow! I need to be jotting down thoughts. Give me a second. Yeah, if I die at this point, we will lose all progress because we still haven't found a save point yet. Why I keep save stating, because my tolerance for this game is already low. I'm about 40 minutes into it. Okay, so we've got. Let's jot this down under story negatives. Brickwork, obvious. I'll jot this one down because I have a feeling it's going to be a thing. We'll put that under a question mark. We've got the core combat, which so far is dull at best. Put this under enemy design as a question mark. Interface, obvious. Controls. There we go. I mean, this is... Look, I've been very open about this to Mr. Red and Savacom, the 2 majority shareholders. Oh my god, I forgot to say thank yous. I am way out of practice here. Hang on. I don't even know where the document is right now. Where's the document? Hang on, give me a second. Where's the document? Oh my god, Mr. Red. I might have said no. I almost said no to this. You remember that? The only reason I said yes was because you talked me into it. which means I'm never letting you talk me into anything ever again. This it? Nope, this is not it. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I have to actually find a document. I know that sounds so pathetic, but that's where we're at here. Here we go. Okay. Shoutouts and thank yous to the people who funded this game, which include, but are not limited to, Jesse's Mask, Pesnator. Nope, sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. Jesse's Mask, Shishki, Melkor Blade, Dragon's Hunter, Anditty, Frieza, The Gonzo, Yada Kudahi, Blade Turval, Dame Celeste, FM Aylward, Thy End of the Line, Nemesis, the person who put this game on the list, Mr. Red, and our 2 majority shareholders, which is Savacom and Pesnator. Thank you, all of you. Fun fact, this game got funded in 291 days, which may not sound significant, but the reason I mention that is because that is, that's fast. That's actually much faster than average. So of all the games that could get fast-tracked, it's not, Tears of the Kingdom, it's not, FF16, it's not anything else. It's this. This is the game that got fast-tracked, so I think this says a lot, really. I don't know about you all. I think my viewers just hate me. I think that's just what it is. And that's okay, we need a little hatred in our lives, right? That's how it is. Let me back up now. Is it short? No. This is what I would consider a long game. Not super long. I mean, obviously, the length goes up. It's no Persona 5. But, yeah, we're going to be here in a minute. Thank you, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. And as usual, if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Okay. Oh my god, Darkrai. I'd have to look up all the speedrunning strats for beating that game. I knew it, Talia. I knew you hated me. Why? Why? What did I do? Okay, new enemy type. New enemy type. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I didn't mean to turn. I didn't mean to turn. Okay. Nope. Oh, okay. No, it hit me for less. It hit me for less. So it's not. It's doing less damage than the bugs were doing. You know what this actually reminds me of? And I know some people are going to take some hackles with this. This reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy II. For those of you who haven't played Final Fantasy II, when you pop out of the overworld, you can go east, north, or west. If you go east, you're going to have a tough time. If you go north, you're going where you should go. If you go west, you're going to die instantly because it's a high-level zone. Nothing indicates you're supposed to go anywhere other than, north. So you can just roam west. In fact, it's so common, it's actually a meme that first-time players to FF2 will go west and die. I actually personally know 3 people who played FF2 for the first time, didn't save, went west, and died. Open. 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 What indicates I need a key? What feedback gives me the information that I need a key for this stupid thing? See you around, little Alex. Have a good one, man. Really, Crazehorse? That's interesting. Of course, I mean, okay. Actually, Pika, that's a weird question. So, Pika asked an interesting question. He says, do I like the fact that Pikmin 4 got a demo? But the actual question is, why is Panka giving me a sub? Why would you do this, Panka? Why would you do this to me? Thank you very much for the sub. If you give me a moment, we'll jot that down. For Dragon Age block, the RPG block, and the City Builder block. You got it. Again, thank you. So, Pika asks, do I like that Pikmin 4 got a demo? But the real question there is, do I like game demos in general? And the older I get, and the more knowledge I get about game design and production cycles, the weirder my opinion gets about game demos. Because, on the one hand, I love game demos. They're a fantastic way for players to, see if they actually like the game and give you an insight into it and blah, 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 blah. But on the other hand, that's not true. And it's wasted time. Hear me out for a second. So first of all, how many of you have played a demo of a game where you loved the demo and didn't like the game? I used to run into that problem all the time back in the shareware days, for those of you who were around for that. I'd be like, oh wow, this game's great, I love this. And then I'd actually play it, and yeah. Because the real issue there is that demos are not what you would call indicative of the actual game. Yeah, and this is a very common problem. There are so many games where the beginning of the game is the best part of the game. And then the further into the game you get, the worse the game gets. That's actually normal. That is common. It is unusual when a game actually manages to continue to maintain quality throughout. And it makes perfect sense why, too. Yeah, Tor is a perfect example of this. It makes perfect sense why game design works that way. Dragon Age 2 is a perfect example of what I'm talking about as well, which had a great demo. Mass Effect 3 even had an interesting and fun demo. Remember, I commented on that during the recent review. It was the level when we were saving the Krogan female. So, it's very common that you get the best part of a game, and then you get sold on it, and then it's like, hey, oh, so, first of all, it's kind of misleading. I agree with that, Foscovol, which I hope I'm pronouncing at least partially correct. Because I can't do pronunciations to save my life. But you're right, Doom, Knee Deep in the Dead, is arguably the best episode of Doom, and I anticipate we'll cover that when we do the Doom blog. Oh, thank God, an herb. Oh, thank God. I didn't know they could even drop items. Anyways, now obviously that's not always true. I can think of several games that had a demo, which was a good demo, which was an indicative demo, which made me buy the game, and then I was glad that I bought the game. But you see the problem inherent. Then there's the fact that it's kind of hurts the developers. So think about this. Put yourself into the shoes of someone working on a game. Doesn't matter which field. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Maybe you're a zone programmer. Maybe you're someone who's painting terrain access. Maybe you're someone who's doing enemy design. Maybe you're Jinja Ninja and trying to interrupt my spiel with a sub, which I'm just going to ignore for the moment. And you are told, hey, so listen, I know you're already working full-time on, the game, but I'm going to need you to kind of put all that on hold and put together a demo for the game. And then you're like, oh, okay. Sure. Let me just pause my job and go do more work. It's effectively more work on the developer for kind of nothing. I say kind of nothing. What I mean by that is, it is the developer doing the job of the marketing department, which... So it's not like it's a complete waste of time, and it's not like it's something that's, unacceptable. But at the same time, you can see how, like put yourself into the shoes of the person just going in for your job, and it's like, hey, do more work. So, sorry for kind of the long answer there. No, Mr. Yeah, Quake is a perfect example of the first episode is easily the best part of that episode, or the best part of Quake. My opinion. I used to replay the first episode of Quake as my relax game, as my, I feel like, unwinding game. No, Pika, obviously. Anyways, that's my long and winding answer about that. Now that I've said all that, thank you very, very much, Ginger Ninja. Reminds me of one of the oldest jokes I've ever heard about Quake. What's your favorite level? The Brown Castle, or the other Brown Castle? I'll put that towards the BRPG block, Dragon Age block, and Spiritfarer. Thank you, Ginger Ninja. Yeah, let's see if we can use the bonfire, because it's a Dark Souls after all. So let's see. That appears to be a no. Oh, we got some gloves. This is a PS2 game, yes. Nope, wrong button. Okay. What? No. Oh my god, this interface. Not necessarily, Chemic. I could see why you would think that, but it's more like an inclination rather than a mandate. And I could think of a few games. I already bought it, Pika. I can think of a few games which just the demo came out and it's a functionally different game. Excuse me, it's a literally different game than the finished product. Several Sonic games have come to mind on that. Nope. Okay. Okay. I get your point, though, Chemic. I'm sorry, I think I did miss it, Venetia. Hang on a second. I'm dealing with slightly less real estate than usual, so let me pull up question bot here. Get the bots up going. Here we go. Yeah, I have 4 questions about the Pikmin 4 demo. Does balance tend to lead to curbing player skill expression in favor of forcing outcome the devs want? You're gonna have to clarify that. I remember looking at that question and thinking, what do you mean? So, oh god, I didn't even see that. I literally didn't even see that. Thank you, Bragwin. Wait, that's not it. It's not a cord. It's a window. Cool. Okay. Oh, wait. It's a Cthulhu statue. Yes, please save. Sure, format it. Wow, that's taking a minute. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're never going to do that again. We're going to use save states at save stations. And we're just going to pretend, because that's terrible. Yeah, I know, check it out. You can enjoy the view through this crack. It's okay, the game had to render the area out there for that window to exist. Anyway, so, save state. Let me get into that habit. Thank you, Chemic. And if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. And that is a 4-monther, isn't it? So thank you. Let me bow a little bit lower. Thank you for 4 months of support, Chemic. And if you want to put that anniversary sub towards something, please let me know. And hang on. So then we've got Game Geek, who just subbed. Thank you very much, Game Geek. I will jot that down for Republic Mando, BBC Kakarot, and Gravity Falls Streaminations, I think that's a show. And then Epic. Thank you, Epic. Thank you for not being the Epic Game Store. I do appreciate that about you. I will put that towards Yakuza Kiwami 2, Dragon Age block, and the Zelda block. Much obliged. And let me know, Chemic. when you get there. Remember, you can put it towards up to 3 things, Kamek. But the Alan Wake block is acceptable for one of them. Done. Come on. Jesus Christ, game. So I don't appear to have a jump button. Hey, Spartan. Yeah, nope, that's not happening. Okay, we're just going to give up on this room. We've got a save point. That's what matters. We have successfully saved the game. We are no longer going to lose all progress the moment we die. That is the goal. K2, but Malak Forever 9. Well, so far... oh, excuse me. Let me update the HUD. Let me... yeah. So, at the moment, it's not too bad, really. So, right now, we're thinking this... and... 8. Also, I forgot to mention this. The story intro, which we functionally already had. I know this is going to sound harsh, but I don't care. I'm giving 2 negatives to the intro, just narratively. Correct, Mr. Red. Very good. That's actually both negatives. It's a very confusing non-intro. Say what you will about the Dark Souls games, most of those games actually have pretty decent intros, even narratively. I have issues with the story presentation of the Dark Souls series, I always have. But I will never besmirch them, their intros, because they just kind of start off and it's like, so, here's the deal. Get into it. Okay, real talk, I don't remember Dark Souls 2's intro. I was specifically thinking of 1 and 3 and Sekiro and Elden Ring. Tone, huh? Is that tone confusion? Asking for a friend. Yeah, that's actually a good interesting question. Why, like, I know that, you know, Mario is a thing, and I don't question this in Mario games, but, whoa, God, oh, God, oh, God. Okay, I can just walk over that. I did not know that. Well, I have a helmet now. Yeah. I'm not actually joking. I can't remember the Dark Souls 2 intro. So we're going to go save. There, we have now saved. We're just all going to accept that I just walked into that room, went through the door animation, talked to the thing, hit save, hit yes, waited 15 seconds, and then hit yes again, and then left the room, and that's what happened. We all accept that. Depends on your time thing. I will be streaming during 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, for example. Is that it? Is that the whole wall caved in? How is the lava? Okay, you know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I'm already getting tired of the music. So then we load our game. I'm gonna be very honest with you. My favorite thing about this game so far, by far, this is not a joke, is the death screen. All Blade of all 7 days a week. We are in cram mode. I have lost 2 months of my life to nonsense. We're streaming now. Whoa, that I don't know what happened there. There is no jump animation. Okay, hold up. I really don't want to blow an herb on being able to survive a jump, but it looks like I have no choice, so we blow the herb. Let's see if we can survive this with full health. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta know. Yeah, I wish I was keeping track of how many times I died. Yeah! It's like he's excited. He sounds so happy to be dead, and... I mean, honestly, can you blame him? Right. No, I saw it, Venetia. So you were talking about FF14 specifically, which... I'm so happy I'm dead! So, whoa, shoot, wrong button. Oh no! God dang it. I've been busting my ass the whole 2 months, Jordan. I actually strained my my wrist yesterday, which I know sounds like such a dumb thing, but let's just say that that's not a thing that usually happens to me. It's his second playthrough of the game. Yeah! Anyways. So you mentioned FF14 as a way to indicate how the game is pushing away from player choice and into player balance. What I find interesting about that is the game that immediately came to my mind when it came to good balance and player choice is WoW, in which there's tons of player choice and tons of build possibility. Okay, so we can live through it. It's not insta-kill. But it's also a very well-balanced game that goes out of its way to make balance a high priority. I suppose, in ignoring WoW for a moment, which I know some of us like to do. Oh, congrats, Spartan. I hope you like them. I've heard really good stuff. So having said all that, game balance. I would say that game balance is obviously very important when it comes to just about any game. Not just for PvP. A lot of people think game balance is a PvP only thing. They're very wrong. Because let's say you have any kind of cooperative game, or even a non-cooperative game, and let's say that you have one class, or one ability, or one spec that is just fundamentally better than all of the other classes and builds and specs. Like, it's not just... Because there's always going to be the best. No, Von Falkenstein. But if there's one that's just got a huge gap, right? I've talked about this. In fact, I've talked about this. There's even a specific term for it, which I can't remember. You can measure... Yeah, exactly, Shadow Machine. You can literally measure the range of balance in a game, especially in MMO. All you have to do is look at one specific class or build or whatever and measure its relative damage output and survival capacity, and then measure another build. And the worst and the best, that's your range, right? Now, there's more that goes into that, and I've talked about this before, but the idea really is for this to be small, but not zero. You actually don't want every class to be perfectly balanced. I know that sounds strange, but everything being perfectly balanced is just going to turn it into the spiffing breath. I mean, it's going to create a situation where you're actually kind of removing player choice, because a lot of players are going to just think, well, what's the point? And anybody trying to min-max or whatever, that's just not going to work, because there is no min-maxing, right? You want there to be a variance. You want there to be a reward for the player for making a good build. And you want there to be a detriment for making a bad build. But it can't be too big of a gap. If it's too big of a gap, then you have problems. It's something I talk about constantly. Feasibility, right? When we talk about build gameplay, we talk a lot about feasibility. Because just because a build is worse than another build isn't necessarily bad. What matters is the build feasible? This is something Star Trek Online gets very well, for example. Because in Star Trek Online, you can have a really, really low DPS build, but it's still viable. It is still a functional build that you can play through the game with relatively little effort. It's just, you can also go way over here, right? And all of this is presuming pure PvE, The moment you add competitive gameplay, all of a sudden balance becomes a much bigger issue, right? Getting ahead of all of that, I do think that I do think that the developer needs to essentially decide what they want more. Do they want the player to have builds, or do they want the players, the various abilities and classes and whatever, to be balanced? These are not mutually exclusive. I just pointed to 2 examples of games there where these are not mutually exclusive. Star Trek Online and World of Warcraft. Both of those have huge build gameplay and are fairly balanced games. The catch is that sometimes development is a zero-sum game. Anytime you spend developing X is time you're not spending developing everything else, right? It is a finite zero-sum resource. So you as a developer have to decide how important which one is. If you want to spend all that time ensuring to have builds and balance, then that's probably an entire team's job, right? Going back to WoW for a second, there's a reason that every micro patch that WoW has at least a few class tweaks and a few ability tweaks, right? Because they're always tracking the numbers, they're always tracking the builds, and the balancing is a constant effort in WoW. Going over to something like FF14, it's not like they don't care about balance, but you can see why they probably want to reduce the overall amount of time and effort they spend on the balancing. So they make it easier to balance by flattening the choices for the players. This is universally true. This is true in single-player RPGs. If you're playing Final Fantasy VII, it is easier to balance that game than it is to balance Final Fantasy IV, simply because one of those has a party of 3 and the other has a party of 5, and that's it. But again, you can still balance for a party of 5, it just takes more time and effort. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of giving you a non-answer here, Venetia, so I apologize for that. But my point is that really it's kind of up to the specifics of what the developers value more. What do you want to be a higher priority for your dev time? Something I talk about a lot is the priority list. The priority list, a lot of people misunderstand this. The priority list is not what you care about, because by default, everything on the priority list is something that you care about. The priority list is there for when there's a conflict of interest. For when, like, you want a game to be good and you want the game to be cheap. Let's just use that as an example. But if there's a conflict between those two things, if you have to cut prices or if you want to force it, which one do you focus on, right? Which one has the higher priority? You always want everything on the priority list, though. And that's my overall point, because that's kind of how the zero-sum game works. It's like, well, you have to shuffle it around, so we're going to move this one up the list, and that's the thing we're going to focus on. A customer? How odd. A map? With oh my god, I have 97 gold. And that costs 25. An herb costs 30. I would say yes, Kennick, for the same reason I already mentioned. Balance it kind of depends on specifics, Kennick. So let me explain 2 scenarios. In a game that has a lot of build gameplay, balance, I would say, is very important. It's not critical, but it is still very important, even for an exclusively single-player game. The reason why is because you need to have the build viability thing I just mentioned. If there are builds or classes or specs or whatever, even in a perfectly single-player game, or exclusively single-player game, excuse me, then you are punishing the player too much for doing the wrong thing. This can get even worse if there's no respec, right? I'll use an example of this, which is going to make me very unpopular. Diablo 2. Now, I spoke pretty negatively about Diablo 2, and I got a lot of flack for that, and that's okay, because I stand by it. Diablo 2 is a game that honestly has some pretty bad gameplay design in it. And one of those is the fact that there is a lot of builds, many of which suck. Just turbo suck. In some cases, they're literally non-viable. And the respec in that game is pathetic. It was patched in. So, yeah. The other example I was going to give is a non-build gameplay. Because balance doesn't just mean making sure that your output is smooth. it kind of has to do with the difficulty curve. A game that doesn't have proper balance between classes, well, let me use a direct example of that. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X rather infamously has several difficulty cliffs in its design, but part of that is a balance issue because of how the sphere grid is designed, and because of how the party members are designed, and because of some other irritations that go along with it, because it's all interlocking, right? So yes, I would still say that even in a single-player exclusive game, balance is an important thing. Yeah, FF12 on the PS2 is another perfect example of what I'm talking about. Okay, so I know I literally just put the controller down to answer Chemic's question. Let's get another highlight here, shall we? Let's talk about something that I was just kind of talking about. Itemization. Itemization actually means a lot of things depending on the game, but one of the biggest things it means is handling the flow-through of input in terms of currency, resources, experience, equipment, and your output, how much you are spending, what you have access to, etc. I rather infamously mentioned that the worst itemized game I've ever played is Secret of the Stars, which was terribly itemized. But something that most games that have this kind of functionality, defeat enemy, get currency, spend currency at shops, fairly basic loop, right? Most games that do that design it so the idea is that even if your progress is slow, it is steady. What I mean by that is, let's say that you're playing a typical RPG. You go outside, you fight some enemies, and they nearly kill you. But it's okay because they gave you 100 gold, and the inn costs 50. You see the logic? So you go out again, kill the enemies again, go stay at the inn. Go out, kill the enemies, go stay at the inn, and you'll start to get ahead of the curve because they specifically designed the gold drop to be higher enough in order to make sure that you always, even if you manage just one single fight, you always have enough money to go and recover with it. Enemies in this game give about 7 gold. A single herb costs 30. Quite a few, Darkrai. Resident Evil's gameplay loop had a lot. Thank you, Gwyer. I do always appreciate. Oh, remember how hard enemies hit around here, too. We've already kind of established that. Also remember that enemies don't always drop gold. It's something that they can just decide not to do. So, yeah, kill that many enemies without taking damage, and you will successfully keep ahead of the curve. That's not great. that's not great. Yeah, there's also traps you can fall into. We've already showed off 2 of them. Apparently an MP, an ether, is 300 gold. I agree with you, Foscabol. I think that a couple of additional steps to make the combat a little more, frankly, actiony might actually be welcome here. Whatever. We can level up. We do get more health and a couple more stats, I've noticed. Okay, so there's 80 gold. Whoop, whoop. Exactly, crazy nerds. Okay, so did I rob you just now? Pay handsomely for a Rock of Life. Yeah, that's nice. So I'm gonna buy, on Mr. Riv's advice, I'm gonna buy an antidote. Because I can only buy 1 antidote. Hi, Melkor. Mr. Ed, you said that you like this game, and I'm not trying to say that your taste in games is so terrible that you actually think Lotro is a good game. But what I am trying to say, sorry, I shouldn't start. My tone isn't quite right for that. For real though. There's a question I like to ask people, and it boils down to, why do you like this bad game? Now, that sounds like an attack, but it absolutely isn't. You remember, I actually gave an example earlier of this exact same thing for me. I like Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana is a bad game. Like, I'm at a point where I can admit that. I can accept that Psalm, a game I used to play every year like clockwork with my friends, is honestly a pretty bad game. And I can accept that. Because I can tell you why I like it, despite its relative quality. Yeah, everybody likes bad games. That's normal. Oh, that's a good question, Darkwing. Good point. Let's go test that. Let's go check that real quick. Castlevania 2 is another game like that for me. I would also say Evo. So most of you probably never even heard of Evo, but it's an SNES game where you play it like as a fish and a frog and all sorts of stuff like that, and you kill things and you evolve. And honestly, it's a crap game, but I love it to death. It is not a good game. Zelda 2. I actually really like Zelda 2. Yeah, Search for Eden. That's right. That's right. So let's check. Nope, it has available 99. So that's confusing. Oh god, a proper remake of Evo would be amazing. Oh no, so I can actually explain to you why Evo is fantastic. First of all, it does have Yoko Shimomura. That does help. But for real, Evo has 3 things going for it. First of all is uniqueness. Named for me another game like Evo. Spoilers, there isn't one. At least not one I've heard of. So it is very unique. The concept is you fight and gain evolution points, and you use those to evolve specific body parts. Yes, Spore is as close as it's gotten, but honestly, I don't think that really counts. Spore is its own animal. You get Evo points, and those allow you to evolve certain body parts of you, and you can kind of change and mix and match body parts. And the further in the game you get, the more options you have for building your yourself. So it's very unique, and you're also playing through eras. Like you play through, the ancient Earth. In this looks like a trap. Let's pretend we went and saved. You play as a fish. You play through like the amphibious era. You play through like the early mammal stage. You play through the dinosaur era, and you just kind of keep going through these eras. And the gameplay doesn't fundamentally change, but a lot of the specifics of what you can do and the enemy design all change and make it really cool. I like that. I like all of that. And the third reason I like Evo is because, and I know this is going to sound strange, the plot. Now, if you've played Evo, you're probably thinking, there's a plot? Or worse, you're probably thinking, what's the plot? The problem is Evo was extraordinarily badly translated, as was pretty normal for games in that era. So I know several people who don't really know what the plot is of that game, and no judgment, because it's just really, really, really badly translated. But, yeah, you're correct, Crazy Horse. But if you happen to have looked up the original plot, because you're a geek like I am, okay, so there's a breath bar. It's actually fascinating, and I'm kind of with it. I kind of am engaged by it. Even the final boss, which comes out of nowhere, shouldn't have. Like there were actually hints leading up to the final boss. It's just you don't see them because terrible translation, and the whole alien thing is what I'm going to call that is actually kind of fascinating too, because it turns the whole situation on its head, and it's like I'm with it. So Lord Harrowmont says, but wait, that sounds like a good game. Well, then there's everything else. The controls are, and this is the nicest way I could put this, terrible. They are slow, awkward, non-responsive, and you tend to get animation locked and stun locked literally to death. The game is bonkers hard. There's no iframes whatsoever, and so if a boss catches you, you're probably dead. It is a very grindy game. It is bonkers how grindy that game is. Even when I was doing a task of that game, which I have done and even shown off on camera, that game, it's the same one. That game, you have to just spend so much time grinding out Evo points in order to get some of the evolutions. The actual evolution system itself is entirely too linear, as Crazy Norse just points out. There's, like I said, there's more options the further you get, but like for example in the fish era, you're effectively just going up a linear path of getting better. The only real choice is, do you want to lunge into things, or do you want to attack things? The game is terribly tutorialized. There's a whole system I didn't know about until I tasked the game, where you can gain certain special forms and then save them and use them again later, which I didn't even know was a function of that game until I was doing research for it. And that feature itself is cool, but way too limited. needs to be fleshed out in terms of like how the menu and interface work, and so forth and so on and so forth and so on. I should also mention that the game has multiple difficulty cliffs, just the worst difficulty cliffs. The game seems to think that a boss design hits you like a truck over and over and over, and that's basically every boss from I'd say the mammal stage and onwards. Actually, yes, I will, Crazy Horse, because it's part of the SNES block. No, I have not, G-Juice. I have not played FF16. I have not played Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't had time. This is not really a complaint, but it totally is a complaint. I have not had time to play video games. I've been working. I want to make that very clear, because I know that it would probably be a good thing if I took time off, but I turbo have not been taking time off. I've been working my ass off for the last month. Every day I have been busting. Like, have you ever lifted tile? Because I have repeatedly. I had to have a freaking forklift load this thing of tile onto the truck, and then guess who got to unload that tile piece by piece and then take it downstairs. Yeah, no, I've been busting. It's been a thing. It's okay. I think I mentioned this on one of my random earlier streams. I am a strong, fit person. It's nice to have the confirmation, but holy crap. I mean, that does sound like Workplace Politics Act, so I wouldn't be surprised. So do we die instantly underwater? Yes. Cool. So hang on. So there's that save we made, which we totally did. See, that's a better question, Christmas. I agree with that. Because one thing I've noticed, I'll get to your answer in just a second, Mr. Ed. One thing I've noticed is most people who like bad games like them because of the parts of the game that aren't bad, for lack of a better way to put that. Like I was just talking about with Evo. It's a unique game. There's some interesting stuff there. There's things to catch the attention. Secret of Mana, another good example of that. But boring games, it's a lot harder to like a boring game. Now, naturally, what one person considers boring is not going to be the same as what another person considers boring, blah, 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 blah. But it's interesting to think about. So, okay, Mr. Red says he likes old antique games that have old gamey atmosphere from the PS2. Okay. I'm going to be very honest. I don't understand that at all. Now, granted, I didn't grow up with the PS2 or the PS1, so maybe that's part of it. I also have always thought that gaming took a massive step backwards in the early PS1 and early PS2 era. That also applies to the N64 and the GameCube. I stand by that statement, by the way, because it's very obvious why I think that. Game design developed and developed and developed. So the NES up to the early NES to the late SNES was a huge just lunge forward in terms of quality of game design and the visuals and the music and the presentation and the animations and, of course, the quality of the games and the quality of the stories. And then the PS1 and 64 hit, and everything took a huge jump down because all of a sudden we kind of rewrote the playbook. Like, I'm not even speaking as an insult. It's so logical why games got worse. Then, we got into the late PS1, and we started figuring out some stuff, and late PS1 games started doing a little bit better, but then the PS2 hit, and the PS2 was another jump down, because it's like, oh, okay, ugh. And you know what early PS2 titles are like. You've played The Bouncer. No, you probably haven't, but I have. And you get the idea, right? So the PS2 was another plummet. It was another ugh. And if we're being honest, the PS3 had the exact same thing, although each plummet was smaller. The point I'm trying to make here is that for me, PS1, PS2, and PS3, early PS3, all have this kind of problem of just kind of not being all that good, mostly because they were still figuring out what the hell they were doing. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a necessary cost of just game design. I mean, to use a perfect example of to use a perfect example of what I'm talking about, the early NES. The exact same thing I just mentioned actually applied to the NES, because the NES was a huge jump forward technologically over the Atari and the Commodore. Have you played Atari games? They barely qualify as games by the standards of the 80s. Well, they barely qualify as, like, arcade games by the standards of the 80s. It's pathetic. No offense to anybody who likes Atari games, but it's a whole different animal. Then the NES came out, and people are like, ugh, and it's like, everyone had to relearn everything. So, there's a reason early NES games tend to suck. Have I seen the ROG Ally? No. I'm not even sure what that is, I'm sorry. Please loot. There we go. I mean, I agree with that. Have I played Atari today? I mean, I could. There's a website that just archives that, so you can just play them in your browser. Okay, so hang on. So, sorry, I spent all that time answering one sentence that Mr. Red said. Let me scroll up here. Okay, so, I like this particular brand of soundtrack. I mentioned before in Head-On I like explorative gameplay. This game actually has a lot of rich secrets, and it's a particular brand of adventure. It's dark, but not grim. Collecting spell is fun, and there's still stuff I haven't found. Scroll down. There's a lot of heart in the game. Even if there's a lot of fault in design. Combat's terrible, but I love seeing new enemies, new color spells. The game feels crestfallen in the game's tone. I don't find the game boring. I once spent an entire night playing Wizardry 7. I'm so sorry. No offense to anybody who likes Wizardry 7. $70 grand a year is no longer a good salary, Gum Gum, is how I'm going to answer that question. I haven't even touched my deck. I'm pretty sure it's run out of juice and I need to put it on the charger. I have absolutely not had time to do anything with my deck. I would say yes, Venetia. Sorry, I'm not ignoring it. I was just debating. I'm trying to answer like 3 questions at once here. I would say that there is a bit of the chasing the pixel count, the polygon count that was happening. So, okay. It would be easy. I have no idea, Zactef. It would be... Because I don't know Cammy that well. All I know about Cammy is that she was actually a clone of Bison. But that's okay. Because a clone is a human, and so you can't... Like, the statement, she's no longer a clone and is a human, just makes no sense, because obviously a clone is a human. That's like saying, don't worry, this daisy is no longer a flower. Anyways, the problem here is that... Not here, Act. I literally could not make ends meet with making 70k where I live. Like, I literally could not afford to live on 70 a year. Now, housing prices are currently on the higher end of a bubble, so that's part of that. Yeah, 70k is not luxury, even if it's okay. Like, even if it's making decent money, 70k is not luxury. I'm pretty sure my sister makes that, and she's a teacher, which should tell you all it needs to. I'm assuming net, obviously. Anytime someone gives a salary, people usually speak of net. So that 70k is actually closer to like 39 or whatever when it comes to gross. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting way off topic. Polygon chasing, graphics chasing. Let's get a timestamp for this. So, get a lot of timestamps here. I'm going to admit that I'm lost, by the way, Mr. Red. Lost is the wrong word. I don't really know where to go. I'm kind of just wasting time grinding right now because I don't know what else to do. So, we're going to do this. Yeah, if you ever wonder why roommates and living with your family is considered mandatory in the States, that's why. It's because even if you make what used to be considered decent money, good luck making that work. I mean, I have roommates now to be able to afford to live. That's where I'm at, because they were trying to increase my rent to about $1,200 a month, which is low. As in, that's cheap. getting back into it. Let's stop talking about housing costs. So. Chasing pixels, chasing polygon counts. There's two, I've thought about it, Crazy Horse. There's two big issues here, and they both intertwine. It would be very easy for me to say it's the company's fault for constantly chasing graphics at the expense of game design. But as with most things in life, I feel like that's a little bit too simplistic of an answer for a more complex situation. The problem is a decent chunk of the gaming audience has demanded an increase in graphics and fidelity pretty much since the late 90s at this point. Possibly mid-90s, but definitely late 90s. Now you're probably thinking, I haven't demanded that. No, you probably haven't. But that's because you're a gamer. Now, I know that sounds like a weird sentence, but you know what I mean. Or if you don't, I'll explain it in a second. It's always so strange to think about game design, movie design, show design, because you have to consider that the people who are actually fans of the work in question are usually the minority of the audience, relatively speaking. You know, let me put it to you this way. How many of you would consider yourselves Mario fans? Like actual, no really, you're really into Mario games. I will raise my hand on that. I'm a huge fan of Mario games and Mario design, and I have been for a very long time. But Mario games sell very well. How many people do you think would consider themselves Mario fans? And you get the idea I'm reaching for here, right? This is one of the reasons, the phrase I like to use is there's popular appeal, and then there's fan appeal. And the example I always like to use for that is Star Trek. Star Trek TNG The Next Generation had popular appeal. Lots and lots of people who were not sci-fi fans, who were not Star Trek fans, liked Star Trek The Next Generation. How many people liked Deep Space Nine? Now, obviously, hey, we leveled. Didn't heal, but we leveled. DS9 was arguably better. I agree with that. But DS9 never had popular appeal. It had fan appeal. It appealed to people who were fans of sci-fi and people who were fans of Star Trek. You get it? So when you're considering things like large-scale trends like chasing graphics, you have to consider that it's not just people who are fans of games or people who are fans of specific genres of games that are pushing that. It's people in general, popular appeal. Now, I'm not saying that gamers are completely innocent in this, because obviously there are plenty of people who have insisted on a game looking better and better and better. But by and large, most of the trend historically has been more that people want the game to look better and better and better. Now, that's not just on the people, though. It's not universally on the popular appeal, but because some of that is on the marketing. Because a lot of games, especially in the early aughts, were marketed entirely on the weight of their graphics. And people would buy those games on the weight of their graphics, and then would demand better graphics, leading to more of a focus on graphics. It was self-feeding, right? Let me use a perfect example. No, I would not act. Let me use a perfect example. Final Fantasy VII. Now, how many of you remember the ad campaign for FF7? No judgment if you don't. It was a while ago. For those of you who don't remember it, you can look it up if you feel like it. Every single ad campaign, hey, we can kill these in 2 hits now. Every single ad campaign was focused on one thing: the cutscenes. They didn't show off the game. They didn't show off the story. They showed off the cutscenes and nothing else. It was all focused on the graphics. Even the big, I'm sure you've seen the big marketing spread where like there's a shot of the Junon cannon and it's like, you can't do, we're gonna kill the competition or whatever it was, basically casting shade that the N64 couldn't have the graphic fidelity of the PS1. And that's how FF7 was marketed. And that's one of the reasons why FF7 had popular appeal. Not just fans of FF or fans of RPGs. People, just people, picked up FF7 because of the graphics. And so you see how this is kind of this self-perpetuating cycle. Now, thankfully, we've reached a point where graphics are getting to the point where you can't lean on fidelity as hard as it used to. Thank God, because I don't know about you, I'm already sick to death of people leaning on graphics fidelity. I have been for 20 years. But, ironically, now the shift is a lot more towards graphic styling. How many of you have seen a game that looks generically good in recent memory? I can raise my hand on this because I don't remember. I actually commented on it during my recent lore week when I was showcasing the PC gaming show and the Sony showcase and the Microsoft showcase. I don't remember the game name, please forgive me, but there were several games that were generically good looking. And I was like, okay, that looks generically good. But it literally looked generic, as the term implies. I was just like, okay, that's not interesting looking. You need to have style nowadays in order to actually push past that. And that's kind of where we're at right now. We've moved, this is a really long highlight reel, I apologize. We've kind of moved past simply leaning on fidelity, because fidelity has honestly kind of capped. Like, we've kind of peaked with fidelity. And that's fine. Now, we need to get some armor on. Yay! I noticed we have a weight limit, by the way. That's cool. And yeah, indie games, I agree. I think indie games have helped with people's perception of graphical style. No, I agree, Darkrai. FF13, ironically, looks better than FF15. A sword. Holy crap. Yeah, Hades is a game that I've heard people praise for literal years, up to and including my review of it, based solely on the graphics, not anything else. And yeah, exactly, Blade Trail. Dragon Quest XI is a game that looks great. There's other examples of that too. Let me use an immediate example. The upcoming Super Mario Wonder looks awesome. Heavily stylized. Heavily non-realistic, and yet it looks so good. I'm really looking forward to playing it, mostly because of the level design and the fact that it's a mainline Mario game. But I will freely admit, I am actually looking forward to seeing the style of that game. Is there a crouch button? Okay, just making sure. Sorry, yes, I agree, Venetia. I don't know if I responded to you yet, but I do agree that we're probably having a bit of Moore's Law with regards to graphical fidelity. I mean, so my personal opinion, I think we actually peaked with graphical fidelity with Red Dead Redemption 2. Excuse me. No, I'm probably wrong. There's probably a better game fidelity-wise out there, but that's the best I've seen, and I've seen games that came out after it that don't look quite as good. But honestly, RDR2 is very much inches amongst miles. Yeah, RDR2 is bonkers in terms of its fidelity. I don't even know what to say. I think I'm going to go and... We've got some new stuff. I'm going to go and burn an herb. I've been trying to be careful about it. It doesn't even fully heal me anymore. Wow, okay. And yeah, someone mentioned FF6. I think FF6 is a fantastic looking game now. As of this moment in time, I can point to that game and say, without nostalgia, without hesitation, that FF6 is a very good looking game. It's kind of the game that gave me the term brickwork. And that's true for several other games. I mean, hell, I've spent a lot of time really looking into game visuals and game graphics. And yeah, Chrono Trigger looks great now. I can name several games like that. Super Metroid looks great now. I would say personally, Pixar peaked with Toy Story 4. I would say that that was the actual cap. I can even use a specific example. At the beginning of Toy Story 4, slight spoilers for the beginning of the movie, there's a moment where they're in a rainstorm, and it looks bonkers good. I cannot explain without just showing it to you how good Toy Story 4's intro just looks. But again, I think that was the peak. I think they have peaked. I don't think it's getting better than that without, like, microscopic improvements at this point. I should point out, just obviously I've been kind of bypassing it, but I don't know if you've noticed, we have encountered a grand total, exactly, Venetia, a grand total of 1 save point right now. So, like, if anything happened to us, like, if we wanted to go save, we'd have to go all the way back to the other side of essentially 2 zones to go save. I mean, the gray age is a real thing, so. Absolutely, Blade Troll. Secret of Mana has wonderful visual design. That looks good today. There's nothing to do here. It's so boring. The stupid dog doesn't want to play with me. My mother's sick. I came here to take care of her. If only I had a Rock of Life. So we can give the Rock of Life to her or the vendor for money. I found a pretty rock in the house with it, but it wasn't the right one. My father told me the Rock of Life can cure any type of disease. I hope he comes back soon. I'm so bored. I hope he comes back soon. Okay, we've looped. Yeah, Good Dinosaur is kind of a weird game. Movie. Because I didn't like The Good Dinosaur. I talked about that in my room. It was... You could tell it's a movie that didn't have an impact on me because it... I just had very little to talk about. Having said that, I will also say that Good Dinosaur looked really, really, really good. Tech test, right? Tech demo. The visuals did clash too much because the dinosaurs looked honestly bad. Very cartoony. In a bad way. Nothing wrong with cartoony, obviously. And then there was the terrain, which looked like real terrain. It literally looked like actual terrain. And it's like, okay. Having said that, that kind of deliberate juxtaposition can work. I just think it didn't in that case. I mean, to use an example of deliberate visual juxtaposition, Puss in Boots 2, exactly. I was just about to bring that up. That's a film that deliberately goes out of its way to have 3 separate animation and visual styles to it, and it still works quite well. I'm going to jot down a potential negative for save point placement. I'm leaning heavily towards a yes on that negative, but we'll jot it down as a question mark. Have I seen the movie? No. I have. Well, let me phrase this very particularly. Have I sat down and watched the movie, front to back? No. Am I familiar with the visual styles of it? Yes. Have I seen scenes from it? Yes. But even an amateur like me could tell what they were doing visually, and honestly, I was quite impressed. Also, I never realized... Oh, different color. Oh, it's very awesome. The visual styles of that movie are bonkers good. I highly recommend it, just based on the graphics. I actually haven't looked into it yet, Crazy Nurse. You're talking about Elemental, I believe? Or do you mean the Red Panda one? Which I also have not. Yeah, Elemental looked a little generic. I don't want to cast shade because I absolutely hate this kind of phrase, especially when it's labeled at me. By the way, Mr. Red, the speech you gave in the Square Enix channel, I have shared with like 4 people. Every single one of them has been amused by it, but also agreed with you. and also laughed out loud at a certain line you said. I'm not going to say it out loud. You probably know the line. Anyways, getting back to the point. I don't like to say, oh, such and such creator or oh, such and such character or company isn't as good as they used to. And I don't like saying that because of how often that phrase is misused by people. That's the one, Mr. Red. Unfortunately, I do think the Pixar films have just started getting more 9 to 5 is what I call that. The films are certainly, there. They certainly have quality, and they're certainly still worth watching. But they're not Pixar films anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you know what I mean. Because we've already had that happen with Star Wars. Like, we've already had that with the MCU, arguably as well. And by arguably, I mean definitely and absolutely. Yeah, the magic is missing. I hate to use such a phrase because, again, I hate how people misuse that argument. But, yeah, I would say Pixar has kind of lost the magic. I would say that they have reached the point where it's just become the 9 to 5 job, and they're still putting out decent, reasonable movies. They're just not Pixar films anymore. I will freely and unabashedly admit that I have sobbed at Pixar films. Just absolutely bawled my eyes out. And I'm not even talking about the big hits, because there was so much emotional heart and core and whatever ephemeral thing was poured into those films to make them have that extra little oomph, that extra little bit of quality. Something I talk so much about, it's something I value so much when it comes to games, shows, movies, books, music, everything, is polish. And I can describe polish very easily because I've already done it. Polish is that extra little oomph, that extra little detail that doesn't need to be there, but makes it just a bit better. It's what Blizzard used to nail so hard, right? It's what Pixar used to nail so hard. It was that extra little bit of, And, just to defend myself slightly, some people think that only older stuff can have that kind of extra oomph or extra polish, and those people are wrong. I can name plenty of modern stuff across all 3 axes that have polish. Andor, when it comes to shows. Puss in Boots, when it comes to movies. And, let's see, what's a modern game that really has a lot of polish, other than Hades? Let's go with Metroid Dread. I know that's a bit ago, but I can say that very clearly. That's show, game, movie, all of which had polish. They really bothered to put in that extra oomph. I have not actually watched Andor yet, but I have seen enough of it because I kind of had to watch bits of Andor because it was questionable if I was going to allow it for streamations because it's a source material that might have gotten to me. Hello? There we go. Have you come here searching for a Rock of Life? The mine can be found on the other side of the dunes. If you're planning on going to the mine, it would be wise to take along some of the antidotes found in the valley. The old mine shaft has been sealed. Be careful not to get lost in there. My husband hasn't come back yet. I hope he's safe. He's turbo dead. My illness makes it difficult to move about. If I could move, I would go search for my husband. All I can do is pray for a safe return. If I could go... Okay, so I gave this negative to Elden Ring, and I'm gonna give it here. It's something that actually drives me bonkers about this. And it's something we talked about, because talking to an NPC and getting multiple dialogue from them, it's not really the problem. We talked about that during the Elden Ring run. The problem is the specifics of how... Oh god, that's awful, Darker. The specifics of how it implements it. It's actually irritating having to talk to people over and over and over until finally they're done talking with no indicators, and the fact that it's frustrating. I don't know how else to put it. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. But I have to find the negative in Elden Ring, because I might actually be disagreeing with myself already. Give me a second here. Some of you who were there for Elden Ring, so Okay, great. You may or may not remember, we had a whole discussion about that negative. Because some games do that, and it's not a negative. There it is. I'll put that down as a potential, not a codified. So we're gonna call that inconsistent message distribution. And we'll put this under, I suppose this would be interface. Put that as a question mark for now. Okay, back to the game. Desiccated, yes, that's a good word for Elden Ring. You could also use rot, because Scarlet Rot is a thing, but you know. What I think of Rise of the Beast, I haven't seen a movie in since Dune. Would be my answer to that. Game. I agree, Venetia. Because yeah, there are several cases where it's like nothing indicates you have to talk to a specific NPC, and multiple times you have to talk to that specific NPC, and that's how you progress. Yeah, as I say, let's go this way. We actually haven't been this way yet, so we're not 100% like exploration locked yet. There are still 2 places we haven't been, and this is one of them. Oh my god, a save point. Yeah, so we save. Yeah, Half-Life, yeah, that's a good example of that one, Venetia. Whoops, wrong button. Okay, so this is now the last place we can go to. At least 3. I have heard that it is a Forgotten Realms film, Justin. In a good way. And we're poisoned. Let's see how fast poison kills us. Hey, yeah, I'm Dragon. By the way, anybody I hadn't say hello to, I apologize. Is that poison just gonna straight up kill us? I suppose I have my answer. Okay, hang on. We'll see. I'm going to put that down as a question mark. We'll get back to that. You know my favorite thing about this game so far? We've been playing for about 2 hours, and we have gone 2 rooms into the game. 2. I have no idea, Blade Develop. I don't know what my objective is, in gameplay or in plot. I have no idea what I'm doing or why or where I'm going. I'm not trying to be facetious. I literally have no idea what's going on. Yeah, speaking of which, let's talk about hit detection and hurt detection. Hitbox and hurtbox. We've given negatives on that all the way back as a Donkey Kong Country. That's true, Darkrai. That's true. Still sucked. Yeah, let me update the HUD. None of this is codified yet, but I know people don't like it when I don't update the HUD, so... This is what we're thinking right now. Yeah, we do know we're returning a cursed artifact that the king is obsessed with. And we're poisoned. So we're going to go ahead and use the antidote. I actually should not have used the antidote. That's my fault. Hey, Takari. Okay. It does have experience. We are gaining levels, but hang on, let's actually see. Hang on, really quick. Thank you, Takari. Thank you very much for the sub. And welcome to the 2-year club. I will put that anniversary sub towards Dragon Age. I'm not sure what I think of the music, because it could be worse in 2 separate ways. So I'm still kind of like, So 274. Okay, those gave 6 experience. Now, by coincidence, that just leveled us, but that sounds like a whole lot of not worth our time. Fortunately, they're literally blocking the way. Hey, Savacom. Why do you hate me? Why? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this, Savacom? Please. Oh, God. Sorry. Hi. We've gotten 2 rooms in the last 2 hours. Not a joke. Nope. And we're poisoned. I just realized there's like no map, no mini-map, no nothing. So this is all just on me to remember where we are. Okay, so we've got it down. I mean, Savacom does want me to play Breath of Fire, and we all know what I think of that. I don't like anything about that. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see anything and just go the other way. Oh, Venetian! No! No! Please. Oh, that's another slime. I almost didn't see that. Notice the enemies haven't really started giving us any more, money yet. Heal me, please? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why does a healing station... Okay, whatever. Moving on. Okay, well, we can go down the ladder, or we can go across the way. So which one do you think we should do? Listen, Savacom. You're the one who funded this game, I'm just saying. Across the way. Okay, we'll go across. Then the flying thing. No. Shoot. Hang on, I gotta be careful. This is the most deadliest enemy I've encountered yet. an enemy in a FromSoft game. Any enemy in a FromSoft game. And then, of course, I walk back and save, and then I come back here. Would I rather be playing the Gollum game? No, I think the Gollum game sucks. I, unfortunately, don't have my clickers with me, Savicon, because temporary setup. Hey, elevator and rest area. Let's go to the rest area. This sounds like something I should do. Gross. Oh! Did you see how much he hit me for? From full health? Oh my god. So I'm waiting. I'm doing the same thing I've been doing. The same strategy. The strategy hasn't changed. And that strategy is wait for them to leash and then hit them. The problem is, as you can see, he has a random script where he can either puke or walk. And he's slow as balls. He has yet to leash. He's still coming for me. And he has more reach than me, which is why I essentially cannot fight him normally. Also, he would literally kill me if I fought him normally right now. Come on, please leash. Please. Please. Please leash. Just checking behind me. Yeah, there's a slime over there. Okay. Try running by him. Run. We're, yeah, you know what? We did it. We beat him. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, one thing I noticed, Mr. Red, is that nothing that you mentioned about why you like this game really had to do with the gameplay. Not, you know, calling it to... Oh, God, I turn around so slowly. Oh, my God. Yeah, this is our first boss fight right here. I turn slowly. Okay, that's 2 hits. I have hit him twice. Power. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. If there's a quick turn, I don't know about it. Okay, run by. Damn it. Frickin' puke pile was in my way. Run by. It takes so long to turn around. Damn it. Yeah, how is it not running out of puke? Like, at a certain point, you'd think there would no longer be anything in the stomach, right? 3 hits. Oh, what? 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 Apparently, enemies are on a timed respawn. And that took a minute. Yeah! We're dead! Okay, so then we go back to where we saved. Okay. Cool. So, new strategy. See, that time it did interrupt his attack. That's interesting. Like, I'm a scrub, obviously, because I'm dying in a game. I mean, stagger is a common You know what? I accept. I think you're right, look. Doesn't help that I have to get right up on his face to hit him. And of course he poisons, why wouldn't he? Yes, I would. Sorry, Kamek. I thought I answered you internally, not externally. Yes. Yes. D2 are... Well, I mean, D2 has problems, but D2 still has some good stuff, and D3 is one of the best games ever, so yes. Okay. 55 gold. Guy can purchase for us one herb which does not fully heal us. Thoughts on Diablo 4? So far I have refused to purchase it, and I will continue to refuse to purchase it for the immediacy. I will probably eventually purchase it, but not at full price. That game does not deserve my full price. Also, I dislike the story, but that's unrelated. Just multiple zombies. Okay. Just gonna do this. Please. Do not enter. Perfect. I mean, I literally can't enter. And now I'm dead. Okay. So we ran into a dead end that way. Let's go the other way. Really? Game? What pushes me off D4? It's Grimdark, and I do not enjoy Grimdark. You might be like, Diablo's always been Grimdark. No. No, Diablo has always been a specific form of dark tragedy. But Diablo 4's opener, this is not a spoiler. Diablo 4's premise is 90% of all humanity is dead. That's the beginning of the game. Everybody's died, and the world is now in a post-apocalyptic state. And everything is just misery. And it has been specifically stated that they're trying to reach more for the dark aesthetic of the previous Diablo games. And I think they have overcorrected hard. Like 40K? Honestly, no. That's much worse than that. It is a sequel. It is a direct sequel to Diablo 3. Yeah, it's very Dark Souls-y. Now, if you're into that, you're into that. Cool. I am not. I have no interest in that. Okay. Well, that sucks. Mr. Red. That's okay. We're kind of exploring now anyways. Oh my god, is that a poison pit? Yeah, spoilers, we're not, Leander. Games that I think deserve full price? Oh, that, haven't come out yet? Mario Wonder. You know what, hang on. I'll give you a list. Nivalis, Starfield, City Skylines 2, Frostpunk 2, Justant, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Islands of Insight, Chimera, Jumplight Odyssey, Dwarf, Mars Horizon 2, Undead Incorporated, 30XDX, Stormgate Maybe, Baldur's Gate 3, TerraTech Worlds, Earthless, Nova Roma, My Friendly Neighborhood, Prince of Persia Lost Crown, AC Mirage, Star Wars Outlaws, and 16 games they announced during the Nintendo Direct that I didn't write down. But no, really, it's 16 different freaking games. That's my list. Yeah, he just ignored that. Jesus. Huh. We have a low health Beetle. We don't hear it for very long, but it's there. We'll give 1 negative for that. I am legitimately hyped for Star Wars Outlaws. Make fun if you must. Like, I've already been kind of mocked for that. I stand by it completely. Star Wars Outlaws looks awesome. I'm actually really looking forward to it. I don't think I've heard of that one, Luke. Baldur's Gate 3 I'm actually dreading. Can anyone tell me why? And I know this is going to sound very strange to most people, but I am legitimately dreading Baldur's Gate 3. Too much. Yeah, it's too much. It's going to be so long. It's already funded, so we're going to push it in once it happens, and that's probably going to just be a month of my life, which means the queue is going to get even worse because... Damn it. I might not have minded if not for the fact that I've spent the last, like, 2 years of my life trying to get caught up on the queue and failing at it. I literally... So we're just gonna put up the cheat flag. I'm not dealing with any of this crap. I mean, the long queue probably wouldn't be a thing if I didn't lose 2 months of my life to this crap. Physical up? What? Physical up? Question mark? Okay, so there's the pickaxe. You were right, it was the second one. I think I agree with you, Benicia. I had to think about that for a month, but I do think I agree with you. Yeah, my physical... Boy, Oh, it actually does say the damage. I was about to complain because it didn't have a damage comparison. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's durability. We haven't really run into it yet, but durability is a thing. How do you repair durability, Mr. Red? The way I like to put it is, dark fantasy doesn't bother me if it's the beginning of the sentence. If the beginning of your sentence is, this is a dark game, but you can make it better, or this is a dark game, but things have hope, or this is a dark game, but, you know, there's potential, or whatever, then it doesn't bother me all that much. Dragon Age is a game where the beginning of the sentence is, this is a horrible game. A horrible setting, excuse me. But then, that's the beginning of the sentence, not the end. When it's the end of the sentence, that bothers me. When it's, things suck, period. Oh, Jesus Christ, Mr. Red. Yet Majora's Mask is actually a perfect example of a game where the beginning of the sentence is, it's a dark game. And of course this does less damage to these than the sword did, but it seems to have more reach. It looks like it has more reach because I'm hitting from further away. I'm already sick of this cave song. Oh yeah, the Dragon Quest games are definitely dark games. We've shown that a bit. Alright, so let's for no reason. Like, Mr. Red, you're awesome, and, you know, you're a great person and all that. But I think it's time to already pull the trigger on cheating. I am already at a point where I hate this. Hey, check it out. We can mute the music. Hey, Dame Celeste. Hope you're doing well. So let's do the Morrowind test, the one that is least likely to work. That's a good question, Spartan. Why don't you go watch my actual song-by-song critique of the songs? That I have done as of this point in time. Nope, no walkthrough. You're the walkthrough, Mr. Red. Alright, brief summary. Some of the songs sound better, much better. Some of the songs sound about the same, and honestly have too little changed. And some of the songs honestly sound terrible. I'll give you a terrible example right off the top of my head. What they did with the final boss of Exdeath, I was not a fan of. What they did with Narsh in FF6, I really hated the addition of the jazz. I cannot stand that. So, how do we cheat? So, you're probably thinking, don't you have cheats set up? I did. But then, the entire thing changed. I'm actually using a completely new emulator for the PS2 to try and, you know, solve some of the PS2 emulation issues that we tend to have. So, I wasn't expecting to have to deal with this quickly. Silly me. Here we go. Now let's check this. There we go. That's strange. It can, but usually doesn't act. Yeah, no, they fully jazzed it up, which is kind of my overall problem. What's lowercase h hope? Yeah, Frostpunk is another very dark game, which I happen to rather enjoy. Go figure. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm having issues. Okay, here we go. Give me a sec, Darkrai. I think I've actually found the same thing. The problem is I need to look up a format. I had this all set up. In fact, I've already tested the cheats. Or the cheat that I had, I should say. Jesus, Leandra. I hope you enjoy it. Because if you don't... I think I know what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so let's go down here. There we go. Okay, hang on. I think I can fix this quickly. So now let's do this. And this. And then this. And then reload. No, don't. What? Okay, hang on. Technical issues. Please stand by. Just give me a second. Why? Okay. Sure. This is fine. Everything's fine. Let's see what happens. Hang on. Cheats enabled? How do I enable cheats? First I get a sub from Wraith. Hi, Wraith. Well, let's do the most basic. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, don't do that. Let's do the most basic test. Okay, so that's clearly not working. Cool. Alright, hang on. Let's test something here. Thank you, Wraith. Always. I'll put that for Alan Wakeblock, Resident Evil 8, and Guild Wars 2. Some more. I mean... Hey, Kira. Yeah, we're 3 hours in. I'm already... Let's just cheat. I can see my future. And I'm already sick of it. Yeah, let's test something while we're here. Oh my god. So I think this is the quickest I ever cheated, but honestly, I was leaning towards cheating walking in. It's a PS2 game, so it's probably... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a PS2 game, which is potentially problematic for reasons we've already talked about. And then there's the fact that it's got... it's a FromSoft game. There's our stats. It's a FromSoft game. It's a PS2 game. Hang on, let me kill the Morrowind music for a second. And I actually poked at it a little bit, and I could tell the style and approach the game was going to be. And yeah, that's just probably what it is. This was something I was pretty sure was going to be a cheat game. Okay, so. I do not agree with that, Jordan. I have gotten absolutely nowhere. So let's get on with it. Let's just get on with it. I do not feel like spending the entire weekend playing this game. And you're probably thinking, but Lord, you suck. And that's true. I do absolutely suck. But the thing is, I don't really care anymore. Time is a finite thing, just like everything else is, and all of the time that I burn on a game like this is time I could spend doing a lot of other things. And the two people who really care about how well I review this game are both in chat, and both of them have told me quite overtly, just cheat. So, the only reason that I would consider not cheating is those two people, and both of them are cool with it. That's what that is. So, let's go ahead and get the pickaxe. Go equip the pickaxe, so we can go ahead and just break things. There we go. Alright, so, can we break signs? Hang on, let's go test that. We haven't tested that yet. I think I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I know, right, Jordan? It's not like my life has been destroyed with huge life-changing circumstances. Are like, hey, okay, so we can break signs. That's good to know. That's good to know. This is mega cheating. We are mega cheating here. So obviously I've talked before about how a lot of the Square games of that era share DNA. However, do I think that there's a common theme between Xenogears, Parasite Eve, and FF7? No. Parasite Eve's primary theme, other than the powerhouse of the cell, is primarily focused on essentially survivalism. The concept of survivalism, as opposed to, you know, living or more vague concepts. Hey, save point. Let's get a hard save while we're here. And then you have something like Final Fantasy VII, whose primary theme is actually focused on coping with loss and dealing with the, Really? Darkrai? How? How? I'm 3 rooms in, and I only just got to the 3rd room. And then, of course, Xenogears, his main theme is, hey, we once read a textbook. Oh my god, I've looped. We've once read a textbook on philosophy. Let's do something based on that. Okay, so I looped. How did I loop? Was it this way? Hang on, hang on. You can tell I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been. Yeah, I know there's the Rock of Life thing, because, you know, the vendor wants me to not save the girl with it. They literally do, Melkor. It's great. We didn't go down. Let's try going down. It's okay, we're invincible. He doesn't say, Savacom. He just says he'll give us money for it, so we could give it to the dying girl to save her life, or we could get money out of it. And I think we all know the answer there. Okay, we're gonna pretend we didn't say that. We could see the beginnings of the Scarlet Rot even in Elden Ring, or even in Kingsfield. Now we're poisoned. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're just poisoned. It's okay. We're Superman. What's my most extreme version of cheating? I'm not sure. Because, like, I know this is going to sound strange, but I think that gets down into definitions. Like, for example, I'm killing everything in one hit. Is that cheating? Yeah, but honestly, that's kind of middle range when it comes to cheating. A cheat where you literally don't play the game, I think, philosophically, would be like the most severe version for me. There's the Rock of Life. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go with that. Because, like, oh, okay, I mean, someone mentioned there's no cow level in StarCraft. That's kind of a good answer for that. If there's a cheat where I just skip the level, then I'm officially not really playing the game anymore, right? Now, no judgment, and obviously that's a little bit different, because what that effectively means is skip the mission. But think about, and I know this is going to sound preachy, and I apologize, think about a lot of modern mobile games, mostly mobage. And a lot of that mobage is specifically designed around you not playing the game, and generally speaking, in addition to the auto mode, you can almost always spend money to win. Literally just to win. At that point, you are literally paying money in order to not play the game at all. Not even like in a facetious way, because a lot of people use the phrase not playing the game when, you know, they don't really mean that. But I mean literally, not play the game at all. I think that would be the point where we have reached the most extreme level of cheating for me. Now, that's an interesting question, Darkrai, because something I've discovered over the years of analyzing and reviewing games is there's a really small gradient between accessibility and cheating. Accessibility and cheating both kind of really apply the same function. So, really, I would say that being able to skip that level in Modern Warfare 2 would count as cheating, in the same way that having the ability to not have to mash the button would qualify as cheating, because it adds accessibility to the game. Oh my god, I might have to turn off this cheat, this movement cheat, because it's really screwing with me. I don't even know, like... Part of the problem I'm having is I can't just pick a cheat and do it. It's all or nothing, apparently, which is strange, to say the least. So... No, this is... I mean, if it is the mouse injector... It wasn't like this last time. So I don't 100% know why it's acting this way. But give me a second to load the file. Let's see what the hell we're looking at here. Something's going weird. One act. Glitch speedrunning strats? No, that's not cheating. Okay, here we go. Wait, what? Okay, I figured out why we're having so much problems. So what's happening right now is it's enabling all cheats simultaneously, which happens to include increase acceleration, decrease acceleration, increase speed, increase acceleration enhanced, and increase deceleration enhanced. All of those are all enabled at the same time. So let's not. Let's delete all of that. Just nuke all of that crap. And hope that helps. Yeah, that might be why the movement literally feels wrong. Okay. That's not better. That's okay, because we have a problem. Oh no, we don't have a problem. Yay! Yay for not having problems. Okay, so, hey, I got you your thing. Hey. Is that a Rock of Life? Yes. Please give it to my mother. Okay. They all go active at the same time. I'm not sure why. What should be happening is they're all labeled properly. I've triple checked it. And so they all should be showing up, and I should be able to toggle individual ones, but it says they're all unlabeled, so it's all or nothing. Yes, I know what a Rock of Life is. I know what a Rock of Life is. I know what a Rock of Life is. Take the Rock of Life. Take it. Take it. Take the rock. Take the rock. I'll kill you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways, let me get this Rock of Life to you, ma'am, so that you can be healed. It's right there. How do I give? Give. That's an interesting question. Yes, take the damn thing. my daughter all right? I think she's quite lovely. Thank you for helping my mother. Please take this gift. It's a spell. It's okay. I know how to use a spell. Okay, hang on. Oh my gosh. These all are, like, defensive spells. Like, all of these are. Or buffs. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that, Venetia. How do I cast? Please tell me I don't have to go to the menu each time to cast. Okay. How, Mr. Red? Yeah, good night, Darkrai. Get some rest. Get some rest. Alright, I will reward someone with a heartfelt thank you if you can tell me how to find magic. You got this, Spartan. Hopefully. Go to your equipment screen. Okay. Hang on. Ah, here we go. Oh, these are... Oh. Okay. Okay. So, the answer to my question is yes. In order to cast the buffs and heals, you have to do it from the menu. In order to cast the nukes, the DPS stuff, you do it from the hotkey. Yeah, okay. That is definitely a negative. Okay. That's controls. Again. Oh wow. Okay. Oh geez. Time flies. Jordan, why are you flying? Okay, so let's use Fireball for a bit. No. There we go. Yeah, all of a sudden the game's fun factor has gone up. It's kind of strange. And honestly, not a good sign for the game. But, you know, whatever. Thank you, Jordan, very, very much. as always. I do appreciate. Thank you. I will admit. So here's something weird. I have used an Asus product before. It was okay, but that was old. That was back when Asus was actually, worth a damn and kind of awesome. JDG Jordan, Dragon Quest V. You got it. Okay, should be drinking. Need to stay hydrated. My health has not been. My health is fine, but I haven't been staying hydrated, commiserate to how much work I've been doing lately. So help me keep hydrated, please. Help me remember to keep hydrated, because I really need to keep getting hydrated. It's actually a really good question, Benicia. So I think I'm going to go ahead and say that that is not a limitation of tech. And I can specifically say why. I can give a direct example, and that example is Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Because Kingdom Hearts has a tendency, it allows you, came up with the concept, came up with the wrong word. Kingdom Hearts allowed you to, what the hell is that? Do shortcutting in terms of design. So you hold down L or R or whatever the hell it is, and then hit a button. Now, it's relatively primitive, but nevertheless, that allowed you to have multiple buttons to cast with, rather than just having to have, in this case, one button and going into the menu with the others, right? So I don't think it's a tech issue. Sorry, that took way too long to say that, but I think you get the point. So let's try Firewall. Let's save, because I think I might be about to crash the game. And then let's crash the game. Spider! Okay, it's dead. As it should be. I'm sorry, no, I did not, Ginger Ninja. Do you mind repeating, please? Listen, Sora and Riku. Who's Riku? Oh my god. Sora's been cheating on Riku this entire time? You know what happened to Sora, who was such an idiot that he actually he thought Riku was Riku because he's just that stupid, and started like a multi-year relationship with him, and then it's like, oh hey, and then Riku shows up and is like, what? Why, Sora? Why would you do this? And Sora's like, huh? Yuck! So anyways, these don't exist, these don't exist, these don't exist, these don't exist. Nope. Okay, they're all dead. So, I'm guessing these spiders poison. Whoa. Okay, there we go. And I'm guessing these spiders suck. Yeah, now you got me thinking, Venetia, because you're right, this is an FPS, functionally. But, like, not an excuse. I'm leaning towards no. Correct, act. Yes, I absolutely think that's a good quality of life change. In fact, I would go so far as to say that that probably makes the game substantially better by itself. The hit chance thing in Morrowind was always stupid. Changing it to just collision like they did in Oblivion was the right call. No, I don't think I'd consider Venom a heavy. Venom, honestly, is kind of pretty much the same setup or archetype class as Spidey by design. And Spidey's actually an agility. He's a rogue. No, Kiara White Noise, no. Okay, Statue of Flame. Okay. Correct, Ghost Rider, absolutely. When we come to the BRPG block, we're probably going to give some negatives. Jesus Christ! Not to Jesus Christ, that would be awful, but we're going to give them to Fallout 3, probably. Like, I love Fallout 3 rather unashamedly. But that game has some problems. I was gonna say, this is the shop song. I recognize this song. And now we've unlocked a path. Yeah, okay. I think I actually recognize this. Alright. See, I'm not sure if I prefer New Vegas. At some point in time, we will do the BRPG block, and we're going to be playing Fallout 3 immediately before Fallout New Vegas, so we will directly compare the two. It will be interesting to compare them. I'm just getting bombarded here. If I reviewed a game that didn't at least get one negative, I think so. I think we reviewed games that got no negatives. I'm not sure about that, though. Most of those might have been before the Oblivion line, when we kind of changed how we do things, so maybe not. Cute. Hello? Well, here's the deal. New Vegas is probably going to stomp in story, but I'm not actually sure what it's going to do in gameplay compared to Fallout 3. Like, let me, just right off the top of my head, there's something that people think of as a joke, but actually is bad game design in New Vegas. The initial path. It's the exact same problem we talked about in this game that is also a problem in Final Fantasy II. You start here. You are told to go to New Vegas, which is right here. If you beeline, you will die unless you know what you're doing. And even if you do know what you're doing, you still have a chance of dying because that's going through a high-level hell zone. You're supposed to do this. And that's not good game design. By contrast, Fallout 3 has a much smoother routing when it comes to its overworld design. In Fallout 3, the initial zone is pretty much, if you were to map it out, if you were to paint it, the initial zone is the lowest level, and it kind of gets higher level over here, kind of like this, and then it kind of gets a little higher level here, and so forth and so on until it's like this. So there's an even if you decide not to follow the main quest and you just decide to go exploring, you will still be roaming in an area designed for being relatively low level. Unlike in Fallout New Vegas, where you will freaking die. Anyways, thank you very much, Dark Prince Revan. Very, very much appreciate. Thank you. Give me a moment here. As you're putting that towards. Ace of Combat 5. Cazadors are worse. Just saying. The Batman Arkham Block. And Dragon's Dogma. 1. Gotta start putting that there. Honestly, I would usually die to the Cazadors before I die to the damn Death Claws. Okay. Oh, right, I was actually putting that up for a reason. As much as Flame Breath is amusing, let's try Immolate. Those appear to be homing. Interesting. So obviously, I'm not supposed to be able to survive through the volley of arrows, so we're going to assume we can't survive that. I just can't find myself agreeing, Venetia, but admittedly, I don't really have any hard evidence of that. It's just, it bonkers my mind, the idea that they can't do shortcutting or better controller layout design on the PS2 era. Like, I'm having trouble believing that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like you say, I can't think of any FPSs that allow for better controller layout, better shortcutting. Like, I can't think of an example. Why is everybody dead? Don't answer that. Thank you, Jesse's mask. I will jot that down. Been one. Which I just bought like last week. Burn barrels. That's good to know. Oh yes, and according to Mr. Red, we have to give another negative. Thank you for reminding me. I don't remember Borderlands 1, but from Borderlands 2, I'm kind of with you on that. Tell you what, I think I'm just going to agree and just axe the negative entirely. I'm just going to acquiesce the point. As much as I stand by what I say, I find it hard to believe that it's a tech limitation. As you say, there's no evidence. There's nobody who did it better. So, whatever. We'll just stick with it. Oh, excuse me. Mana. So that would be... I guess it's technically... I'm not sure what that would be under in this case. I guess balance. Actually, hang on. I know what I'm going to put this under. Oh, definitely the spiders. Cazadors don't actually bother me. They're just terrible enemies. Let me update the HUD really quick. I'm sorry, I'm processing thoughts. It's ironically, now that I'm cheating, my job has actually gotten harder. Because now I have to presume and speculate and be thinking about how the game should be playing if I wasn't suddenly having fun with it. Okay, that did something. I'm sure we'll come up with a positive at some point. A positive for tone has already been posited. Although, honestly, I'm not sure I agree. But I'm not that far in, so we'll see. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try that again. We got whatever that is. Stone used with the red stone wand. Okay. You got some wine. And some new boots. An herb. I'm cheating, Ghost Rider. As my stats may give away there. And the fact that I have every spell. Okay. I actually have seen Peter Jackson's King Kong. It was weirdly boring. And to explain that a little bit, you might think, well, what's so weird about being boring? No, what I mean is it was weirdly boring. Like, big, exciting, actiony stuff would happen that was boring. Stuff that, you know, logically should not be boring. No. Oh god. Oh god, I am powerless before them. There's only one thing to do, and that is equip a different spell. The spells are... You may or may not have noticed I jotted down a positive for viscerality as a question mark. And I'm still kind of debating it. Because the spells themselves are actually kind of neat, but the method of using them is almost assuredly a negative. So what we might have is a negative for the mana system, and a positive for the spells. No, you could do it through the controls directly, Venetia Silver. The D-pad just, or I think it was like L D-pad, I want to say. Switched weapons and switched visors, just like that. It was really good. I should mention all of these are level 4 spells, or level 3, excuse me, spells. But what we're seeing is the best the spells get. So, like I said, this I could be convinced to give a plus for spells. The downside, if you could call it that, is that it's one of those terrible things games do occasionally, where they give you something really cool and don't really let you enjoy it. You know what I mean? Any bugs I hope not to run into? Yeah, spiders. Not a big fan. Okay. Let's talk visual storytelling. I noticed this earlier, but that was the first time it was clear what was happening. So, the corpses, when you kill them, a spider pops out of them. And there's a lot of spiders in this area. See? No, game. Stop going to the right. I mean, if we're being honest, if there is one positive Souls-likes should always get, it is for visual storytelling. It's kind of their only shtick for storytelling, so they'd better get that positive. Yeah, I don't know how or why, but there's definitely some, like, I don't think these people are infested. I think they're dead. And the corpses have been animated by the spiders. And yeah, objectively, there's much worse bugs than spiders. Hornets come to mind immediately. Wasps. Got him. Well, I liked Sheila better when she was a sexy woman than when she was a giant spider. Yeah, parasitic stuff could go straight to hell. Speaking of which, while we're on the subject, another thing that's worse than spiders? Ticks. I hate ticks. I actually do have arachnophobia, but there is one bug I legitimately hate more than spiders, and that is ticks. So anyways, now that we've solved the puzzle. Yeah, ticks are parasitic spiders, which is just awful. I assume you mean was not, Mr. Red? Because I actually agree with you. Like, if I ever get to do that movie review thing I'd love to do someday, Return of the King is getting a negative for Shelob. And I know that's cantankerous, and I don't care. I've explained my point on that several times. Might be the only negative that movie gets, because that movie is just bonkers good. But, you know. Sorry, Mr. Red. I mean, kinda. Not really. I did say there would be a stream Friday. Nobody believed me, apparently. So, I have a question for the audience. What are we doing right now? Like, what's our objective? From, like, a gameplay perspective. What are we trying to accomplish? We made it 3 whole hours before I hit the cheat button. So, you know, we can do stuff like that now. Honestly, I'm proud of that. I made it 3 hours into this crap. No offense. I had to go to... Yeah, just think about it this way. If we hadn't cheated, we'd probably still be all the way back in that cave where we got the pickaxe right now. No joke. That's almost assuredly where we'd still be. Because we'd still be dealing with the thing that dropped the rock. And we'd still be dealing with the zombies, which took forever to kill. And we'd still be dealing with slimes. And then we'd have one spell, which would allow us to get through the one area, which I probably would have not had, so I would have had to gone back and figure out how to regenerate my mana. Yeah, you get it. I know that some people are... I'm trying to how to phrase it so it doesn't sound in any way negative. I know some people are less objective-oriented than I am. Some people like to just roam and do. And actually, if I might be so bold, so do I. Let me give you an example, and I know I'm going to get some hackles for this. No Man's Sky, in its current state. No Man's Sky is a great game to just roam and explore and have fun. Frankly, I'm kind of expecting the same thing from Starfield. So, actually, I take it back. I totally do still enjoy a non-objective based game. It's just, I do think there's a difference between roam and explore and have fun, and where am I going? What am I doing? And this is important, because this is going to come up hopefully later this year when it comes to Zelda 1. Zelda 1, the original Legend of Zelda, is in my opinion a game that just has too little direction. Where you're just like, And I know that some people say, I love the fact that you can just go and there's no direction. And I'm just sitting here like, I hate the fact that I can just go and then there's no direction. And if I might use the direct comparison, Link to the Past is Zelda 1 done properly. It is. It has just enough indication and guidance, and still is a very open, go do it at your own pace, go do what you want to thing. And that's my honest opinion on that. In fact, I know people who... You don't look like an enemy. I know several people who don't have any nostalgia trip-ups who have the exact same opinion, that LTTP is when the Zelda series figured out how to actually do open-world exploration, as Venetia mentions, without it being too vacuous. I mean, let me ask you a very blunt question. Ooh, that's a thing that can happen. What is this, Diablo? How many of you have ever played Zelda 1 and couldn't find, I think it's Dungeon 7. Or 5, actually, while I'm on the subject. I'll raise my hand on this, by the way. I had a friend tell me where it was, but that is a definite walkthrough-itis problem. Especially bad because... So, I've talked about this concept before. In a game... Let me explain this for a second. Give me just a moment to get my words here. In a game where you can regularly interact with a type of the environment with a tool you have, then what the game has done has encouraged you to check each of that environment type. Direct example, burning a bush. If every bush you see you could burn, then you, the player, are now at least encouraged to do so, especially if they give things like rupees or hearts or whatever, right? It's the cutting grass mentality. If, however, you can only do that once when you have to, that's bad design, because nothing indicates you can do that. Nothing within the game tells you that you can burn this bush. And because you've never been capable of burning bush, even if you've tried it, you're never going to actually find that point, especially since by that point in the game you probably only have the use the flame once per screen item, as opposed to use the flame as much as you want to item. So you're not just going to go around and randomly burn things. Yeah, it's a negative conveyance. Like I said, I don't think Zelda 1's going to score very well to begin with. I mean, do you want to, Mr.? This is kind of your call here. Yours and Savacom's. Thank you for saving me. I saved you? Sure. I'm cool with not doing it. Like actually going through it. I really am. I am not going to cheat in Zelda 1. I might cheat in Zelda 2. Those are the only ones that their cheats are even questionable, you know? In Zelda 2, I'll even tell you flat out, the cheat would be save states. And that's the only chief that might be needed for the Zelda run. Zelda 1, I will functionally be using a walkthrough. As in, I've played the game before. What do you think of the layout so far? Normally, this is when I'd say a map would be nice, but then I started thinking, you know, honestly, the map would probably suck. Still, I think a map would not go amiss. Having said that... Huh. Mushroom drop gold, who knew? I cannot cheat in money, no. So if I'm gonna need money at some point, I should probably start picking up gold. I found my favorite spell, but... Can you guess which one it is? Although, check this out. I just noticed something. Spells have friendly fire on you. So, you know, that sucks. I actually noticed that earlier, but yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Bad healer roll designs? Let me sit on that one for a second. See, the thing is, I would say, even subjectively, or I guess primarily subjectively, that there are two things that can make a healer badly designed. One is being over-designed, and the other is being under-designed. Forgive me for sounding dumb, but you get the idea. So, under-designed is exactly what it sounds like. You have a couple of heals, and that's it. It's exactly what green DPS is in FF14. Very, very boring. It's exactly why I don't like doing green DPS in FF14. Believe it or not, that's actually pretty rare. We would have to go back, like, at least 15 years to get to truly boring healing design, where all you have is heal, fast heal, big heal. That was a thing back in the day. That was a real problem, but... Now, over-designed healing, that's a little trickier. I'm trying to think of an example, because I was speaking mostly hypothetically. Like, imagine a situation, because I like complexity in class design, especially in healing design. I apparently cannot loot items like that. I have to actually look down at the item. That's cute. I can't think of a tangible example of over-design in healing. Having said that, however, there is something, I just realized I was limiting my thought process here, because there is such a thing as button bloat. That's not a healing problem, that's a class problem. And Final Fantasy XIV absolutely has had some button bloat problems. Astrologian is exactly what I was just thinking of, although WoW has drifted into this as well. When you just have way, 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 way too many buttons to reasonably use, and too many of them are things you should be using regularly, you've got a problem. So at the moment, the goal is to take very brief and or not lunch breaks, Blagerville, as a way to stream more. So we're gonna play it by ear. I don't think WoW ever really over-designed their classes personally. But FF14 has had that issue a couple of times. Oh, you're talking about the button bloat, sorry. Yes, the button bloat problem was primarily bad. Actually, I think that was Wrath? It was Wrath or BC, one of the two. I can't remember which. But it was back when all of the ranks of spells, Jesus Christ, all of the ranks of spells still existed, and you actually had tangible reason to use multiple ranks. So you would have 3 Frostbolts and 4 heals on your spell, or on your spell bar, and you would use all of them. So yeah, that is definitely something that was an issue back in WoW. Hey, a key! We got the spider key. Yeah, I actually mained a Frost Mage in BC, so I can attest to that. And of course, Priest back in Vanilla. Favorite animal people? Well, obviously it's lizards. I'm gonna save state. I should be doing that more often. Oh no, I'm cheating, Justin. Really, Mr. Red? You know, I gotta be honest, you're really not selling me in this game, you know what I mean? Like, not... I feel like there's some issues here. I would recommend at least trying Hunter. Obviously, Demon Hunter is the best class in the game. That's not a joke. Demon Hunter really is the best class in the game. Honestly, they're all good. All the classes are good in WoW. Warlock is literally about to have an overhaul, if you want to try something new. We got a sword. Warlock is also getting the ability to customize your pets cosmetically, which honestly is a great idea. I can't believe they haven't implemented before. But I'm honestly kind of looking forward to doing something with my Warlock if I ever have time to play games for fun again. Which I won't. Anyways. Apparently I haven't gotten that particular emblem yet. Okay, can I just knock the bridge over? Pwong! Knock the bridge over! Knock the bridge over! Okay, hang on. There's still spells we haven't tried out, but actually I want my homing missiles. Yeah, they're dead. No, I don't think I've encountered that Gum-Gum. Oh, I thought the game crashed on me for a second. I think we're gonna go ahead and wait a week I think that's just the better choice there, Jesse's Mask. It'll also give me a little bit more malleability with regards to fitting it into the schedule. You know what I mean? Like, if I've got a week of I know, we're not doing this for a week time, then I can go ahead and be like, all right, so we're playing such and such a game, we're going to finish it at this point, so let's go. Really, Venetia? So, okay, that makes sense, because you're talking about it from the FF14 experience. Because in FF14, healers are expected to damage and heal. And in WoW, healers are expected to heal. The primary gameplay loop of being a healer is healing in WoW. Now, I actually prefer that, of course. But I prefer that because they've done some really good things to make healing actually fun and interesting to do in WoW, my opinion. Having said that, I absolutely think that DPSing in FF14 as a healer is just boring. And, well, I do want that to be changed, but as I've talked about during the FF14 run, I don't think there's a good answer to that question without fundamentally changing how healing works. Interesting. Oh, ow. No, I'm gonna stick with the schedule for now, Justin. We're just gonna live with it. It's okay, all the games I'm really looking forward to aren't for a bit anyways. Like this one, I was so looking forward to this game. Like, this is perfection in game format, is what this is. Really? Really? Okay. Nope, can't take that one. Okay. Do you mind, and this is going to sound really harsh, Sabacon, do you mind explaining why or how? Because, honestly, all I see is a bunch of gray, repeated textures. I've said it before and I'll say it again. One of the biggest problems, one of the most common problems with early 3D games is that the way they were doing 3D, I guess the way we still do 3D, is they would paint a texture on a model, a mesh. And textures take up space, and they only had so much space on the disk. So they would use, well, textures that look like this, and they would reuse the textures over and over and over again. Like look at that wall at the far side there, look at that. It's literally one texture, just repeated, copy-pasted constantly. And that's a technical limitation, admittedly, but it's a very consistent technical limitation with pretty much all early 3D games. There's very few games that bypass this. Most of the games that bypass this, you should do so by effectively cheating. Star Fox 64, for example. So, oh, excuse me. It does. It looks and feels like a Daggerfall issue. I apologize, Mr. Red. I do. I am trying very hard not to be too negative and to just be, hey, let's have fun with it. But I stand behind the score that's currently on the screen. Okay, so Little Lost. We don't appear to have a path forwards, but we're going to backtrack a bit. I haven't seen a save point in a while either. I've shown off Daggerfall dungeons. Those are a thing. Okay, so this is backtracking. This is where I came from. Let's save state. Anyway, I want to try something first. No, I agree. Ico, for the complaints I could list at that game, does not have the Daggerfall dungeon problem. should actually switch spells. Anyways, let's try out Wind Cutter. So this is what it's like playing as Metal Man in first person. Whatever. That's right. Moving on. Mega Man X1, no question act. And for the reason why, did you know I've reviewed the Mega Man X games in the modern system? Okay, shoot. Hang on a sec. I am slightly turned around. I mean, the problem is, a lot of people speak ill of the Holy Trinity of gaming. Of MMOs, excuse me. And I think that's being derogatory, or dismissive, or whatever. Because the problem is, I'll explain this. There are a few things where people tend to be like, I hate such and such. And when asked why, the only answer they could give is because they've already had it. Now, I know that sounds dismissive, but let me just go ahead and say that I do get that some people get bored of having the same thing, right? Let me use a direct example. Mega Man 6, when it came out, was almost universally panned by critics. Do you know why? It's because of the fact that it was another Mega Man game. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, let me explain. Mega Man 6 was a good game. It was actually a very good game. It was one of the better classic Mega Man games. But it was, at its core, another Mega Man game, with no real variation in format. It was more of the same. Now, I don't really work that way, but I do understand at the very least why people tend to have that kind of perspective. Why people say, oh, it's just the same thing, and therefore it sucks. I do think that's a little bit disingenuous, though, and doesn't really get into reality, because Mega Man 6 was a good game. And yeah, Pokemon has the same problem, Call of Duty has the same problem, Assassin's Creed had the same problem. Oh geez. Okay, we're gonna stop using that spell, because that's just the I can't see anymore spell. Okay. But yeah, getting back to my overall point, forgive me. The point is, the holy trinity of MMOs, which is tank, healer, and DPS, works for a reason. It is a very good system for the type of combat and the type of function that MMOs have. You have enemies, those enemies are doing damage to you. So, you have to design a way around that. And really, it boils down to two options, for there are only two. Either the enemies do so little damage that it doesn't matter how much damage you're taking, at which point you've functionally made everyone a DPS, and that's not really as engaging as it could be. You make it so that damage is avoidable. Sorry, there's three things. You can make the damage avoidable, at which point you're playing a DMC game, or you make it so that the damage can be controlled, at which point you have brought up tanks and healers. Anyway, sorry, I got a sub in the middle of that. Thank you, Teraflops. Much, much appreciate. I apologize for taking so long to say thank you. Thank you. If you give me a minute, I will jot that down. Guild Wars 2, this was actually just brought up a few seconds ago, Blade Jabal. Guild Wars 2 has the Holy Trinity, it just doesn't intend to have it. So towards Dragon Quest, Dragon's Dogma, and Plague Tale Requiem. Thank you again. Yeah, I'm lost, Mr. Ed. I'm trying to figure out how to get back there. I know I've been through here before, but I've officially been lost. So in Guild Wars 2, healing is so threadbare in Guild Wars 2 that... No, don't apologize, Mr. Ed. I'm explaining why I haven't followed your direction yet. In Guild Wars 2, healing is so crap that if you're doing any kind of high-end stuff at all, there's really only two options. You either have a dedicated support, or you have someone whose dedicated job is to take damage and redirect it towards them away from others, which, if that sounds familiar, that's because that's a healer and a tank. Even though there are not functionally healers or tanks in Guild Wars 2, and even though they don't even have a proper aggro system, there is still healing and tanking when it comes to Guild Wars 2. Sense make? And a lot of that, I think I've just gone the wrong way. And that's because I have. Well, no, hang on. This is someplace new. Hi, Giga. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, jeez. Okay. Didn't even break the barrels. Okay, let's cast Dark Matter. That's pretty boring. A spell called Dark Matter. Okay. Let's go back. Oh, let's invoke lightning. Let's see how this worked out. Cool. Let's go back to Meteor. It seems to be the most utility of the spells, weirdly enough. Did I say hi to Evo? Hi, Evo. I mean, yeah, thank you for reminding me. Right, sorry, I'm getting stuck in questions from the chat, which is always awesome. But this level design sucks. What is the name of the place I'm in? Grey Castle? Let's just call it Grey Castle. We're gonna call it Grey Castle. That's its name now. We did. We had a big conversation about Evo earlier. So... I do agree with that, Venetia. It's one of those weird situations because I agree completely. You kind of should have the Holy Trinity in an MMO, but you need all three of them to be important. If I might be so bold, I do think WoW hits a very good balance there. The healer's job is to heal. If you don't have the heal, you're dead. The tank's job is to control the fight. It's very much about positioning and reacting, and to soak the damage. If you don't, you're dead. The DPS's job is to kill the enemies quickly enough before they will inevitably overwhelm the healers and the tanks. If you don't, you're dead. I do think that's good. I think it's a good balance. All three are required for the actually hard stuff. And I say it that way because they're not required at all for anything else. For the low-level dungeons and for the easy modes and for just questing, you could just be whatever. I like that. I think that works, in my opinion. What am I doing? I am looking at my gear. So let's see. We've got... Do I have any necklaces? No. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, check it out. We're getting stylish now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Fashion Field 4. Even though we literally can't see ourselves, and I'm kind of beginning to think we literally don't have an appearance. We were talking about a game that you may have heard of, Evo. It's called Evo. E-V-O. No, they totally did, Giga. I still haven't actually gotten to watch the trailer, but I keep meaning to. I am excited about the new expansion. Let me just be very clear about that. What am I doing? Right. I knew there was something specific I was doing. Okay, I'm playing it up a little bit for the stream, but to be very clear, I just physically unclenched. I physically unclenched. So we've already tried Morrowind. We'll probably go back to Morrowind. I think Morrowind worked. Let's try a couple of our other options here. We'll go with the usual. Okay, so that's where I just came in seconds ago. Nobody hates Evo. Except for Evo. Oh, I think Soten. I think that's a good pick. Okay, so there's the guy I've saved. Aha, Venetia. Okay, hold on. So there's the bridge. Okay, so this is where we came from. Okay, so this is how we entered that portion of the city. So we have successfully backtracked. I don't know why we're backtracking. And I don't know what our destination is or what we're going for or anything whatsoever. What are we doing? Why are we roaming through this freaking dungeon of hell? What are we doing? So I have a decent mental map kind of a thing, and so far the game is small enough, ironically, that I'm kind of keeping track of where we are. There's a couple of specifics I don't have, but like vaguely I know where we're at. I wouldn't call Bison a supervillain. He's just a villain. He's just a villain. I just want to die, Rax. That's all I really want to do. I want to hear the yeah again. There is apparently a map, but I'd have to go back quite a ways to access the only vendor I've seen that has a map. Oh, no. Bison is a monster. He is a horrifically evil person. He is functionally the villain of the Street Fighter series. Like, so much of what happens in Street Fighter lore happened because of M. Bison. The amount of impact he continued to have after he died is all I need to say about that. That is the only positive I've jotted down so far, Lord Harriman. Is this it? Okay. Look, it's fine, Rax, it's fine. Well, I think the biggest problem is that most of our enjoyment of Bison presentation-wise comes from not the games, right? In the games, honestly, Bison is very generic. But when you're thinking of Bison, you're probably thinking of Raul Julia, right? Or you're thinking of the freaking cartoon. Yes! Yes! Right? Like, he's been played up over the years. But in the actual games, he was pretty boring, and that's the problem. Raul Julia. First of all, I love Raul Julia. The world is a lesser place for his loss. For his absence. That's true. There's no romance in this game. Down you go. I think I agree with you, Lord Harriman. For those of you not aware, he actually died doing that movie, which is just horrible. But credit to Raul Julia, he was throwing himself into that role. Just absolutely throwing into it. Just, wait, no! No, absolutely, Crazy Horse. Nobody would remember the Street Fighter movie if not for Raul Julia. Yeah, he did it for his kid. His daughter, I believe, really liked Street Fighter. And essentially asked, like, begged him to play it. And so it makes sense that he would throw himself into it, not just because he's a good actor, but because he was doing it for his daughter, which kind of makes the whole thing kind of sweet. So hang on. Let's see how far back this is. Oh god, this is so far back the music's still playing. So, Sweet Gravy, you said giving a plus for music. This is gonna sound like a strange statement. Could you mind clarifying that? Correct, Crazy Norse, but I mean, what's the difference? Oh, he knew. There's no question he knew that was gonna be his last role. Oh, I've seen that, Savacom. I think I'm gonna go ahead and pretend that Mr. Red didn't type anything at all in the joke channel, and I think we're just gonna move on from that. I think that's gonna be it. Okay, hang on. I just did all this. All right, so back here. I absolutely disagree. Don't mistake me, the Street Fighter movie is bad. Let's just be very clear about that. It is a bad film. However, the idea, it's there is such a thing as fun regardless of quality. And there is a reason the phrase, "it's so bad it's good," exists. I don't remember the first Tomb Raider game. Yes, I know, Mr. Red, that's why I reloaded, so I wouldn't kill him. Okay, so hang on. So this way, I think. Yes, because then this will lead to the left. Yep, and this will give us the other side of the ridge. Maybe, yep. I'm still right. And then we go this way, we get stuck with controls for a minute. And then I go a little bit further, we're gonna go and save. So we don't kill the guy accidentally. I saw a person, so I just instinctively mashed spells. Like this. And there was a person there, and now there isn't. And that's all the thought that went into that. Alright, Evo, I need you and Savacom to duel to the death over the visuals. Go. Wait, so evil lore is now Zangief Gum Gum? Okay, so hang on, I'm going the wrong way. I don't know, you know karate. Although Evo is evil. Evil. So she'll cheat, right? Okay. Damn it. It just... Fingers crossed, Satacom. No, this is my first Kingsfield game. I don't even own the other ones. This is the only one I own. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Let me guess. That one over there, which I don't have the finger for. Like, if I were to guess. There he is. Okay. Hang on. Let me center myself a little bit. Okay, so this is where I thought it is. So this is the initial entrance. This is where we first came in. So... hang on. Did I go through this? God damn it. I'm going to mentally reset my internal map for a second. So this is... Almost positive this is where I just came through a bit ago. Yes. Okay. Please sell to me. Please talk to me. Don't make me kill you. I'll kill you again. Okay. Does he have the little gold? Does he have a map? He does not sell a map. Actually, hang on. Did you drop anything? Yes, I killed him. He did not sell me a map. He is now dead. Save. We're gonna commit that. It is a serious crime, I agree. Oh god, okay. So now I need to remember... Okay, let me center myself a little bit. This should lead back out. Nope, I'm too far away. Maybe this way? Nope, very wrong. Okay. I hate everything. I hate everything. Just everything. Especially Gigapudding. How could you do this to me, Gigapudding? See you around, Blade Joel. How could you do this to me, Gigapudding? If you were here in your pig mask... No. The Tonberry mask. Everything would be okay. Alas, you have abandoned me. For this, there can be only one punishment. Oh wait, you do have the Tonberry mask. Okay. We're okay then. We're okay. Nope, that was the direction I was wanting to go in. I must have missed a door. That's not hard to believe, given the visual problem I'm having here. Okay, so that's just a dead end. Let's go further away from where I want to go, because that's usually how this works. So let's go this way. Oh, Tonberry mask. No question, Gigapudding. Okay, this is where I wanted to go. Now we're back over here. Now we can cross the bridge, and we can get to the middle. Okay. Now that we've gotten to the middle, we're going to get a safe state in the middle. So we need to lower a bridge. Now, we don't have another thinger, so we can't do that. Ooh. We, of course, have all the spells, but we can't interact with this anyway, so, like, this doesn't mean anything. That won't open. Oh my god, I was just talking about this to a friend of mine. Because, narratively, occasionally an author will do this, like an episode or a movie. There'll be a situation, metaphorically speaking, where there's a door, and someone says, I want to open the door, and the GM just says, no. No explanation. They never explain why they can't do X, Y, or Z. They just don't. They just can't. Why can't I open this door? Won't open. Can I? Nope. Yeah, you cannot get E-Flask, for those of you familiar with that. And for those of you who are, you're awesome. Okay, can I, like... I thought about this earlier, but maybe I was aiming wrong? Nope. I thought maybe I could remove a bridge, like one of the little symbols, but it looks like it's not going to let me. Yeah, see. That's not the answer. Exactly, Crazy Norris. That includes me. I am trash. Garbage streamer. 0 out of 0. Won't open. Go back to the bridge and try as many times as you can to properly position yourself to place the keystone as opposed to right. When you're finally done, cross the bridge, go left across another bridge, and through a door. What? That's why I have the homing missiles equipped, by the way. Right there. It's okay, Giga Pudding. I don't hate you. Or anybody, really. Okay. So, like, this is the bridge we lowered, I think. Double check that. I'm pretty sure this is where we put the symbol in, right here. Cross the bridge, go left, across another bridge, which is clearly this one. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, I love that scream, unironically. It's one of the best death sounds I have ever heard. Here. Here. Okay. Okay, so let's try something here. I actually do have an idea. Nope. I thought maybe there was something I could, like, light on the other side or something. Yes, Giga Pudding. Very yes. Okay, hang on. Sorry, comma. My phone was out of juice! Exclamation mark. mean, I don't know about y'all. I sort of walked away from Twitter last year. I used to use Twitter for announcements for my stream and for my show, and nobody really ever looked at those announcements. So what I did was I just kind of stopped doing those announcements, and nobody seemed to notice. Like, I never got a comment from someone saying like, "Hey, why did you stop doing the Twitter announcements?" I think I made the right call there. It's because you're in it, Gigapudding. I get it, I get it. You don't have to tell me how awesome you are. Okay, hang on. So this is clearly a bridge pedestal. Let's try something here. Well, I've also got that, exactly, Sweet Groovy. I've got that, the bot set up, so every time I start a stream now, it'll send a notification in Discord. No. Yeah, I do not have another thinger. I mean, there's probably another key somewhere. That's the terror in the back of my mind here. Is that I have to go backtracking to who knows where and find whatever I missed. And considering I've actually been pretty thorough, I have absolutely no idea what I missed. Is there something? I mean, given how easy it is to miss stuff, there's a decent chance I did actually miss something somewhere. So let's check the corpses, because every other time it's just said corpse, like that right there. So that, I don't think was it. And there's like nothing out here. Well, hang on. Let's line this up. Okay, so we're here now. Shut up. Shut up. Now the question is, which way are we supposed to come in? Okay, you're not shooting me, so let's talk. It seems like forever since I've seen someone. I'm a member of the Helidon expedition. Oh, all the people who died and were infested by spiders. We were attacked by snake-headed soldiers back there. If Septiego wasn't with us, surely we would have all died. We have come here to return the idol and thus save our country. It's an honor to be able to fight alongside of Master Septiego, but Septiego allowed himself to be captured in order to save the others. He was probably taken to the palace at the head. I want to help Master Septiego, but I lost my sword. He was given a sword from the king when he left our country. Supposedly it was a sword used to dispel the darkness. Where's my sword? Where's my sword? You have a weapon right here. Oh no, never mind, it's a flag. Okay, I'm with it. That's the wrong button. Gotta love homing missiles. I mean, same team, same ideas, and several of the developers have said that they were inspired by this game when making Demon's Souls. So I'm gonna go with yes. Yes, actually, Evo. I'm amused you missed it. Just playing Sephiroth here, don't mind me. I'm trying to think how to summarize what just happened. So we were, like, turbo lost. Right? And we were so lost that I noticed as I was... So, okay. We were at a point where I'm reasonably, but not 100% sure that what was required was we had to backtrack to something we missed. Anything we missed somewhere within the game, which is, as you might imagine, that's a fairly large area. So I was in the process of beginning backtracking. While doing so, I noticed that there was a platform down below I could drop down to. And since I'm invincible, I went ahead and did it. Now we're here. Not sure what to make of this place, honestly. I'm honestly, if I can be very blunt for just a second, no offense, Mr. Red, I'm just glad to be out of that goddamn place. I was so sick of that area. Like, I've complained about the samey corridors, but I was actually thinking about it. The place that is worst for the samey corridors is the place we were just at. The dull, gray rooms surrounded by dull, gray rooms. So, different music, different enemies, different layout. It's something. Yeah, we're not even technically sure if there is a second keystone. That's assumption on my part. Oh my god. Favorite barbarian character? I suppose the barbarian from Diablo 3 is a really good pick. So I'm leaning towards that. Honestly, I'm glad there's music at all. No, I'm probably gonna undo it, Mr. Red. I just... Okay, no, I'm okay. It's not like I have any idea where I'm going down here either. You know. Like, we were extraordinarily lost, and, hello? This is the palace of our queen. The living is not allowed to walk amongst us. Leave now. We serve our queen and we wait the awakening of the Dark One. Our queen has locked herself in her quarters. She pushes all her troubles onto me. The knight I dispatched is just one example. The queen captures the living and transforms them into widows, servants of the darkness. The knight we captured was well trained. Out of respect, he really doesn't deserve to become a widow. Leave now. This is no place for the living. Well, you heard him. Let's see. Won't open. Why? Screw you. God damn, I was trying to go back the other way I just came from, but I think I am so turned around that that's just off the table now. East part of the ancient city in a chest behind a semi-blocked door. in the world is a semi-blocked door? Okay, hang on. So, if you remember, I made a backup save back here for a reason. Hold on. So, if I'm gonna go back to hell, just for you, Mr. Ed, and for no other reason, I'm gonna go ahead and kill this, because I'm sick of this song and this area. And we're just gonna do... We're just gonna do... Come on, where is it? There it is. Okay. So we had started backtracking. And that's the problem. Eva, please stop subbing to me. So we had started backtracking. This is not the way to go for backtracking. Remember that. It also mentions it's on the east side. I have no idea where an east side is. Why do I have this spell equipped? I'm surprised he still plays drums. Period. I hope he still enjoys it, though. Period. Well, Evo, there is one thing you forgot to say. Thank you, Evo. Very, very much for the sub. Oh! Okay, hang on. No compass, no map. I'm going completely off of memory right now. So, Evo, I will put those towards the Dragon Age block, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, and Untitled Goose Game. And Tim and Ash, thank you. I'll put that towards Pentiment, the Rogue Trader game, and Wrath of the Righteous. Okay. Okay. Oh, hang on. I was actually trying to change my magic. Get the homing magic back on here. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna start straight up right walling this. If anybody sees something that looks like a chest that has not been opened, please feel free to say something. Yes, this game has a plot, and that plot is... Okay, I am actually being a little bit facetious. So far the actual plot is there is this cursed artifact that enchanted a king. We actually have it in our inventory. It's our job to do something with it. I don't know what. I don't know if we're giving it back to him. I don't know if we're destroying it. I don't know if we're selling it for money because we need our beer. I have no idea what we're doing with this cursed artifact. But we have the cursed artifact and we're doing something with it. Yeah, extra credits, I've seen a few times where they'll praise a game design decision. I just look at it like, really? I know game design is subjective, obviously. And, you know, not like everybody agrees with me. But at the same time, every now and again I've been like, what? Oh, if you're wondering why we're, like, jerking around in terms of forwards like this, see the jerkiness? That's because I'm mashing B, which is also the run button. It is run and loot. So if you see me doing that while walking over some gold, that's why. Okay, so we can't go that way. I actually stopped watching extra credits. I still watch extra history, but not extra credits. Although Extra History just hasn't been the same since they lost the voice actor guy, whose name I can't even think of right now. Okay, let's see if we missed it in here. I'm gonna laugh if it's just in one of these broken things that we've already opened, right? Like, wouldn't that be so appropriate? I bet there's at least one person who's played this game before, who's watching the VOD and is like, dude, it was right there, you moron. Why isn't he using fire damage? This is for you, random YouTube commenter. Very good, Evo, but if you can guess which game, you'll get Evo points. Things. You don't have to show me each arrow game. You don't have to show me each arrow game. This is not Twilight Princess. Unpatched. Yes, Son of God. Yes, I remember that video, Kira White Noise. That's really funny because that is the exact video I stopped watching extra credits on. Yes, Evo. You can get more Evo points to evolve with. What's funny is Yura gets the specific stage, but I was looking for the game. It is not, however, Mega Man 11. Okay, so this is the no really way back. Do you think we should go no really back, Mr. Red? Like, I know you don't know. I'm just asking your advice, right? Like, because this is to the previous area. Okay, so let me get a forward save here just in case. Let's go back. Let's see what we got. Mega Man X1 Evo, also known as it's okay, Mr. Red. I just this is new. I'm guessing this is the teleport spots. Let's grab a hard save while we're here. Grab it there. Oh, my back. Oh, you have to put the marker in it. Okay, that's how teleporting works. That's a weird way of teleporting, but whatever, whatever. As a map. Okay, hang on. Gotta shuffle my... Page not found. The requested page is not available. Why is that a link to the Tekken 3 official strategy guide from 1998? I'm just wondering. No reason. Oh, God. Oh, God, just kill me. Just kill me. Okay. So I remember this. Yep, I am actually found. I actually know where I am. Yep, time to use Tekken strats. I was actually pretty good as playing Armored King back in old Tekken. Oh, yeah, by the way, if you're wondering why the controls are so wonky, that's just the controls. That's just the controls. I turned off the cheat, so that's gone. The controls are just, you know, triple negative. Is this a PS1 game? A valid question, I think. But actually, the answer is no. That's the double archway we've been through. I know exactly where we are. We're not lost. I just don't know what we're looking for is at the moment. the archway. Good, good centering spot. This is the I call it archway because I'm an idiot. I'm thinking of it as the archer way. This is where the arrows were shooting from, right? So we're in the archer way. No, this is like, we aren't cheating here. We're at the archery way. We haven't skipped anything. We haven't skipped anything. How long is this game supposed to be? Too long. Honest thoughts. This leads back into the tunnels, and this is how we get back up. I admittedly am fond of the GameFAQs HTML formatting because it can allow for nesting of information. Well, listen, Evo. Find more golems. Okay, Nope, that's it. That's your answer, Evo. Good morning, Zisteroth. Damn it! I actually got excited for a second. It's just a shield. Okay. We're gonna keep exploring. Because we haven't been down here. We've been up, but we haven't actually been down. Favorite PS2 game? I don't really like PS2 games in general. I think they all suck, and anybody who likes them is extremely wrong and should feel bad forever. Wait, no, that's not how that works. But I do find it amusing how that's a thing. I actually got a comment literally yesterday about someone who was yelling at me for speaking negatively about something they liked. It's just my life. That's my life. Okay, favorite PS2 game. Let me actually think about that for a second. I will freely admit that I have trouble thinking of PS2 games I like, mostly because a lot of the PS2 games I like, I actually played on GameCube, Resident Evil 4, or on PC, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, right? So, yeah, I don't think of those as PS2 games. That's a fault of me, not the PS2. So, like, I can't fall back on my usual standbys. Like the Mega Mans, I mean, X7, X8, and Command Mission, Final Fantasies, I mean, I enjoy 10 and 10-2 for what they are, but I would call both of those flawed masterpieces. Well, I actually already have called those flawed masterpieces. Good games that suck. And then you've got, like, Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts 1 is a very flawed game. Kingdom Hearts 2 is a substantially better game. And honestly, probably actually wins that particular discussion. What did I just pick up? Release Rock opens doors that have been sealed. Is this it, Mr. Ed? Like, please tell me that this is it. Please tell me we're good. Because this has nothing to do with the bridge. But you remember there was those two doors that were like, nope. Okay, whatever. We're gonna save. Flying that's right there trying to kill me. skeleton. We're just gonna kill everything. Okay, other PS2 games. Sorry. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. Okay, helmet, which I will not use. What? I know where I am. I just sold my last map to some old man. You what? I can't even buy the map. I can't even buy the map. He doesn't sell the map anymore. We've already established this. If you don't sell a map, you're dead. Hi, Rob. Ancient City, Expedition Team, I became ill. Who are you? You're not of much importance. This land is swarming with monsters. You get to live, because you're not a vendor. Because this is a Dark Souls game, Evo. What does this do? Protects against poison. Hey. Sure. It's okay, Mr. Ed. I'm not blaming, really. So, give me a second, Giga, because, unfortunately, it's probably not going to help. Especially since I have actually already killed 2 of the golems. So we're going to do something here really quick. We're going to grab a save. We're going to do the second save slot. Dead chill for a minute. Just dead chill. Cool. We're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Oh yeah, I love the weather. I hope roughly half the country is enjoying the fire death in the air. Didn't quite reach us down here, but because we're further west of it. I know it was reaching down as far as like South Carolina and Georgia. I don't know, Giga, but maybe. Maybe. Oh, thank God. Okay, so at least that's not an issue anymore. We're slow as balls, but at least the controls are less bad. Figured that would fix it. Hang on, gotta deal with file. Did we ever go this way? I don't think we did. We did not. What's over this way? Graveyard. Oh god, I've kind of gotten used to the quick return speed. Oh. Well, yep, that's this way. No, Evo, we're not cheating. What are you talking about? We can just mash spells infinitely and freely in this game. Give me a second, Giga, because I gotta get back down there now. I think you're right, Mr. Red. Let's go and move on. Oh god, the controls are still bad. They're just slower. Maybe I should have turned those cheats back on. No. What have I done? It's not looted. Oh, it's still alive. How are you? I murdered you. What's wrong? Looks like you saw a ghost or something. Right. Well, you still don't have the map. That's a good question. So, is there any way to regenerate mana without the mushrooms, Mr. Red? Or anybody who knows? Correct, Sabaton. Oh my god, this turn speed. Oh my god. Well, we never actually finished exploring down here. So... the music is helping. My mood is going up. Okay, apparently we can't do anything here. Come on, game. You know, I've heard a few people who like lonely atmosphere games. Now, obviously, I don't get that personally. That's just extrovert. But, I have to admit, I do think there's a difference between a game that feels lonely and a game that feels empty, in my opinion. If I can use a direct example, Breath of the Wild... I will go out of my way. I will go out of my way. Breath of the Wild is a game that I would consider very lonely, but it's not empty by any measure of the imagination, right? There's tons of stuff. There's actually very high density in Breath of the Wild, which, cool, I'm with it completely. But then there's some games which are literally just empty. There's just nothing there. I'm not sure if this counts, because it's actually a very small game so far. Like I have a pretty decent mental map and of where we are roughly, and it's not like that. But like I can think of games where there's just nothing there. To be perfectly frank, Just Cause 2 would qualify as an empty game, and I enjoy Just Cause 2 for what it is, but there are gargantuan swaths of nothing. And yeah, honestly, Skyrim tends to be a little bit empty. So, for those of you wondering what the hell I'm doing, when I came this way, there was a drop-off. If you played Vermintide, or even Darktide, you may be familiar with the no-return drop-off. Well, there's no way to get back up there because there's no jump and there's no climb, so now we get to go back into the ruins the old-fashioned way, aka on the other side of the world. Actually, it's X1 still. That's about it. You sure? Okay, I believe you, Mr. Ed. I believe you. I thought this is the way I got down there the first place, because there's that stair down, remember? Or the ladder, excuse me, there's the ladder down. Which is what I was going for. I mean, the X6 one is literally a remix of the X1 one, so that makes sense. Hi, Mike Tomano. How's it being? Thoughts on the visuals? Why don't you answer that? You're a professionally trained, accredited. You have an actual degree in art design. What do you think of the visuals, Evo? Hey, Unicorn Scotch. Hope you've been doing all right. Yes. Okay, I remember this. That's right. That's right. I was actually distracted when I was going through this place, which is why I didn't remember it. Yeah, I know that feeling, Unicorn. I have been extraordinarily busy even before I went back to streaming today. Which I keep mentioning because I don't want people to get the wrong impression that I've been taking time off. I absolutely have not. I have been working myself. Pretty hard. Yeah, I don't have a degree in anything, so my opinion's worthless. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, I can see it. That's wild. Oh, wait. And we get a shield. Can you see me, by the way? I know that the camera's a little more off than usual here. Yes, this is the actual turn speed. We were cheating earlier in a way that was actually kind of bugging out the controls. So we turned that cheat off. And now, well, this is how we turn around. That's funny, Euro. You, actually, I can't tell if you're joking. Since the camera angle is just, you know, less of me. So seeing less of me is always a good thing, I do agree. Did you know the forest folk were skilled at imbuing tools that stored the power of nature? People say the spring outside was once filled with healing water. Perhaps this water was used in the imbuing process. I have a special vial. I heard it was used to hold healing water. If you want it, we can work out a deal. Rock of Life that was once excavated is hard to find nowadays. If you wanted the vial, I'll exchange it for Rock of Life. Cool! Give me the Rock of Life. Thank you. Alright, so... What? The objective has been accomplished. We got the item in question. Not ever going to use it, but we got it. Oh, I think you know my opinion, my dear Evo. Nope. Okay, look. I thought it was worth an effort. It's all good. We didn't miss anything. We're fine. We're fine. Alright, so, Evo, I want you to guess, not yet, but once this particular song ends, you need to guess what game it's from. I'll give you a hint. It is a Mega Man game. Nope, 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 nope. You got it, Spartan. Oh wait, I was supposed to kill you first. Okay, so we're back to here. I didn't find any crescent-shaped things. So, yeah, gotta get a daily YouTube suicide in. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. Wrong way. I mean, would it even be a video game without a spider boss? Okay, so this way. So, what game is this from, Evo? So we're back at the castle, and we had to go around last time in order to unlock the path. And this is the direction the golems are in. Somewhere this way. I don't remember where exactly. Like I said, my mental map is vague. But it was somewhere in this direction. Now, I want you to imagine this game without being able to effectively skip combat, which is what we're doing right now. Just picture that. Picture every enemy can one or two shot us. And would probably take close to a minute to kill because of the leashing method. So the previous game's soundtrack was Mega Man X1 Evo. This game's soundtrack is Mega Man X2. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to ask you what the next game we're going to play is. For the soundtrack. Bonus points if you get it right. Okay. Lunch? I got work to do. And a storm rolling in, too. Yeah, further up north, there's apparently been a drought going on, so that's always fun. Someone do me a favor. Look up speedruns.com. See if there's any speedruns for this game. I'm actually curious. If so, what's the category and what's the time? Please. And yeah, I've seen air quality get pretty bad in a few places. Easily in the hundreds. Would I ban... I never could figure out how to get through this door. Would I ban fireworks if I had the power to do that, which the president does not? What? You've got to be kidding me. Are we just straight up bugged? Okay. Okay. Alright. Hang on. I'm gonna pull up the game facts you pulled up here. Wow, this is one of the worst written walkthroughs I have ever seen. The one you linked to me, Mr. Ed. This is garbage. I can tell after having glanced at 3 paragraphs. This is garbage. Wow. No, it's just like, let me give you an example. Time to traverse tunnels. Now go back to the large door down the stairs and left. Pass up the doorway to where you got the bow and enter the door on the far end. Explore the area. Eventually it leads to the central tower on the first floor. There's a magic crystal here. There's some scale mail behind a secret door. You can also get the iron boots, but the greaves are better. That's the... Thank you, Nameless Baron. I will jot that down for Pokemon Arceus. So, Giga, do you have a link for me, my dear? It's a YouTube. It's a YouTube. That's not a walkthrough. That's a YouTube. Nobody likes YouTube. We all know this. Okay, so he goes forward. Yep, I know where this is. Yep. Picks up the binding. Yep. Shoots the golems, which I've already killed. Yep. Picks up the item I've already picked up. Kills some zombies. He's still killing zombies. I'm fast forwarding too. Gets a new shield. Puts on the new shield. Yep, I actually recognize where he's going because I know these areas. Yep, he's still looting this spot we've already been through. There's the spot where he lowered the bridge. Yep. And, okay, so now I gotta hit part 9, because he didn't actually get to where I'm stuck yet in part 8. Okay, so he lowered the bridge. He goes across the bridge, goes over here. Goes... what? What? It's the same thing, Mr. Ed. I think. Let me... hang on. Okay. Hang on a second. God, we're back to whatever. I don't even care. Let's just go. Let's go. Okay, that's this one. So he's over here. I'm gonna get in the exact space where the walkthrough guy is at, and we're gonna see what happens. Hi, Disco. So soon. Yeah, I'm late. I am a month late because of all the... Okay, so... He's going over here. Yep. And then he goes this way. Then he doesn't get... Almost fall off. He goes this way. Okay. Then he goes this way. And then he goes this way. It looks like he's going for the door. I don't know, Mr. Red. I don't know. Because, yeah, this is now a new area. We haven't been here before. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat, okay? I'll be back in a bit.